Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Welcome in to this very, very, very cold day of stream, or it is absolutely freezing. I am so cold, and I know I shouldn't complain because I know my friends in the US are in the very deep snow, and everything else. Are you guys? Please be safe. Please be warm. Hello, Nightbot. Hi, Paula. Hello, Lewis. For when you come back from dropping off the doggy at the daycare. Um, and today's day 5 of the Zachary Hughes trial. So we are getting up ready for this trial for the day. If things would actually work, would be amazing. So we I decided to come a little bit early, so because we could talk about a bit of the trial, what happened so far, what we are expecting. Because the thing is, we don't know how long the defense case is gonna be, so we absolutely have no clue of what the defense is. And also, oh, good morning, Toxic. Welcome in. Hello, hon. How are you today? I hope you're okay. Um, so like the defense case can be just them saying that Zach is not gonna testify, and then that they don't have a case and they rest. Because remember, they did not do an opening. So what they can do is they have the right of doing an opening today. So they can literally get up and say that they have an opening, do their opening, and then saying that that's their case, that Zach is not going to testify, and then that's it. They can rest today. That can be the wildest thing ever. But because rest can safeguard, I don't know if it is the word safeguard, or save their openings to the end, to when is their case in chief, which is now, which is today, and then they can do the opening, say the quality that Zach is not going to testify, and then rest. What do you guys think? What do you think is going to testify? Do you think is not? I don't think it is going to testify. I'm not sure. Something gives me that it is like is not gonna. I don't think he is going to testify. He's not that, well, he is that crazy, but I don't think he would be that crazy of testifying. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you want him to testify? Like, if I want to, yes, of course I want him to testify. Do I believe he's going to? No, that's probably not what's gonna happen. But they can have a lot of. They can probably have the family, the mom and dads, and maybe the brother of Zach testifying. I don't know what for, but maybe as an alibi, or just talking about his education, Juilliard, how brilliant he was, or he is, because he hasn't lost probably the good qualities of playing the piano and everything. So I don't know. What do you think, Nightbot and Toxic and Paula? Do you think that Zach should testify or is going to testify? Because you never know. Could be a wild one. Sorry, I am in a very comfy clothes because it is cold. For us, you English people, it is cold. It is very cold, and I have two blankets, and I am dying of cold. But I hope you guys are keeping warm as well. But it's just wild. I don't know, because I doubt that too. I doubt that is not gonna testify. But do I want him to do it? Yes, I do. Of course I do. I mean, why would I pass the opportunity of hearing him falling around the thing? But the thing is, he can just literally said it, like, I don't know, I never met the person, Christina, which would be true because they never met each other up until the time that ooh, -30. How toxic. You're making me even colder today. Oh, I'm complaining, and it is 4 degrees Celsius, which is about 49, 50 Fahrenheit. And I'm complaining that I'm freezing, and I literally have two hoodies and this big jacket and two blankets, and I'm complaining. Um, wow. That is crazy. I did see that, like, it was probably not where you live, but in Canada, in Toronto, the plane crash, that literally the plane that turned upside down, and gladly everyone made out safely. That there was no unalived people in that accident. I think there was some bumps and bruises, but you would expect that on a plane turning literally upside down. And I saw the footage online, right? And that it was absolutely insane. I mean, how that was crazy. I'm glad that though that no one, but was it like, because I was thinking, because there was people were saying that all the landings were cancelled apart, and then but apart from this one, or did the pilots just decided to, oh sorry, my apologies, to land the plane, because it's absolutely insane how that happened. Also, in another world, true crime, there is a lot of true crime news today, well, at least from my side. So Darren Brooks has okay, uh 1 second. um Sorry, it's just I had to reply to a message. But what I was going to say, Darren Brooks, right, is on working on his appeal for the that he got convicted, oh my days, so long ago, convicted for the unaliving of the Christmas parade in Waukesha, US, and he got convicted to 76 life sentences or something like that, and now he's appealing that conviction. So uh, on Friday, Mr. Darrell Brooks has come out and said that he wants to represent himself now on the appeal, because that worked perfectly when he first went to trial and he got convicted. So that should be interesting. Like seeing Darren Brooks, Darrell Brooks, seeing himself representing himself also as well on the appeal. Um, that could be rather interesting to see and to experience. Sorry, I just looked at the feed and it was flickering, but I think that is just my connection, because I'm still on the hunt of a new desk, because it's this one, it's tiny and I have no space for anything anymore. So that is something that happened, and I actually just saw the news feed news letter news thing about it just before. Another thing, so you guys well know that I am working on that Lucy Letby case, and I went back to the beginning of the case. Case starts with the openings and from the prosecution and from the defense. So I'm gonna play probably a guess game with you guys that are here right now. A Nightbot, so you're not included in the game. My apologies. So thinking about that, the trial was 9 months long. How long do you guys think that the prosecution's openings was? So considering that the trial in the whole process was 9 months, Lucy was on the stand for 14 days. And we saw yesterday, if you saw on the stream yesterday, we had from A to Q victims in terms of alphabet. So just thinking about that, how long would you say that the prosecution's opening was? I don't know the defense one, because I was so shocked about the length of the openings that I decided to go help Nightbot make lunch and just carrying on, because that's absolutely like literally shocked me. So Oh yeah, the appeal is not gonna go anywhere for Brooks. That is absolutely, but it's gonna be another. Sorry to say, another parade in a way that is gonna just like, I understand of having to allow them representing themselves, but it gets to a point that enough is enough. He's just gonna there and just be himself and not having respect for the process or for the victims or for the family of the victims and for anything. So I was just like, I now understand it's their right. If he wants to represent himself, it's fine. But yeah, so the prosecution openings on the Lucy Letby case took 2 days and a half to happen, and days that starts around nine, half nine in the morning, and goes all the way up until about quarter past four in the afternoon, half four. That long of an opening, 2 days and a half of openings for the prosecution, because they literally went almost victim by victim and of explaining everything. Obviously it's understood that they have a long opening because they all have a lot of victims, but 2 days and a half of court of opening statements for the prosecution. There was a recent trial, I think is the Simonelli one, or there was one that the prosecution took 4 hours to do the opening. 4 hours, and I thought, my days, oh my days, that's a long one. That took forever. If I had to, like, can you imagine being a juror on that trial? Right. First of all, it's a 9 month commitment. It's a long time. Then I don't know if they could take notes or not, but like, I think here is again is depending on the judge. It depends on the judge if he can or not take notes. The one, for example, the mini trial that I saw when I went to court, they could take notes and they had to take notes. But can you imagine doing a 9 month trial with no notes? I need to investigate. Actually, I need to write that down um on a post-it, just to do some research if they could take notes. So let's see, let me jurors take notes, because I mean I would absolutely have forgotten even after a week or 2 weeks what happened, let alone know 9 months. Can you guys imagine being in the trial for 9 months, not being able to take notes, and then you are supposed to think about what happened? In that case, I could barely think of what happening like an hour ago, let alone what happened 9 months ago. But and it's just crazy how that trial was, and where was I when was that trial ongoing, because he literally passed me through it, because I think it was just when I was coming back again into crime. And because we've heard, and like, but the thing is I don't see the news, UK news. This is, I think I watch more American news than actually UK, which I don't know if it is weird or not. Because yeah, I'm in UK and not saying the news in the country that I am on. That is funny. That is rather funny. But I just don't know. That is definitely very interesting. Um Sorry, I'm just looking at something to see if there is anything going on while we are waiting on court. But court is in about 10 minutes anyway. But just scourging things, and you got to keep an eye out on things. Um but it's just crazy how long a trial can be. Well, when there is a lot of evidence like there was on that one, um on that trial, for sure, it was one of the highest trials in the history for the UK, and it's going to be for a very very long time. um but it is, and it is a lot of information to go through, because 9 months worth of trial, it's a lot of information. It's absolutely crazy. I'm trying to see if um I can find the how long was the defense opening statements on, so defense opening statements on that case was on day 3. So 2 days and a half. That was, I need to investigate because oh, okay. So they did less than a day worth of opening statements. So the defense on the Lucy Letby case did their openings in less than a day. Sorry, because I've started doing some notes and some summaries, but there is so much evidence. It's like literally, and then it's going through um a lot of videos, a lot of summing ups. Ooh, there is about the jury deliberation as well. Let me see. Oh, okay. So it says that on the header, it says that the jury went for the deliberations on Monday, 10th of July, and this I think it was 2023, around 1 p.m. for partial day of deliberations, but the deliberations are only from half 10 in the morning to 4 p.m. each day, so they cannot go. So oh wow, okay. I'm seeing 7 days, 9 days. Wow, ain't gone 11. Wow. 1 second. So now, hello, welcome back, Lois. Oh wow, 26. Is that Celsius or Fahrenheit? Need kinda. This case, this case is wild, and it's a big, massive rabbit hole. Um, the Lucy Letby case. You guys like? Let's do another one. So I don't know if Lois heard, but prosecution took 2 days and a half to do their openings. Defense took less than a day to do their openings. Was a 9 month length trial. Lucy Letby, the accused, was on the stand for 14 days. Okay, right. So how long do you guys think deliberations were? This is wild. I'm loving this case. It's a lot of information. It's a lot to process, but it's definitely worth it. I need to bookmark this. That is a good guess. That's a good guess. 14 days. Yes, that she was on the stand. She was on the stand for 14 days. 10 days. Okay, that is a good guess. Anyone else guesses? Nightbot, do you want to guess how long Lucy Letby jury was deliberating? I think he's more interested in painting than actually listening this. Um, but I mean, it is this case is fascinating. I am absolutely in love. Sorry for this case. Oh, why did it? Hang on, 1 second, because the feed just got bumped down. Um, so you know that we are on that half an hour delay. It was supposed to start at half two at the half past hour, and the feed it just got bumped to another half an hour. Hang on, let me see if there's no. That's another thing. So anyway, the jury was deliberating on the Lucy Letby case for 22 days. There was days that they had to skip because of appointments and jurors that was sick and everything, but 22 days deliberating. Can you guys imagine if we ever have a case that we are waiting for them to deliberate for 22 days? I think I would quit. I think I would like literally like, guys, no, let's, we literally could pick up two cases in that process of them deliberating. 22 days. Like that is absolutely insane. Um, I don't know. It's oh my days, 22 days of deliberating. I mean, I'm sure they must have had notes. I need to investigate that, and I need to look into that if they had notes or not. Maybe on the information that I got. Oh my days, indeed, Lois, because it's absolutely insane. Can you imagine 22 days? Oh, I can't even wrap my head around it. It's just crazy. 22 days, and then especially if they cannot have notes or anything. If they can't have any notes, it's just oh, I can't wait to debrief and like putting all this case. But until I get to that point that I am talking about the verdict and the deliberation on the presentation that I've started creating, it's gonna be a while because yeah, I think on Saturday I am gonna take the day and I'm just gonna work on this case. I'm just gonna be because Nightbot has a game with his friends with this thing that he does, and um I'm gonna take the day and work on this. Even if it has to take me the whole day, I'm just gonna put my show because I've been obsessed with this show. I was literally just waiting for the episode that I'm watching to finish. Right, it finished like 2 minutes before the stream was due to start, and I was like, "Please finish," but I don't want to finish. And then again, as always, yeah, and on a cliffhanger, and I was like, "No, I want to watch another episode," but oh. Everything okay? Oh, am I back? Was it?
You're okay.
Am I okay? Ah, sorry about that. Was buffering. Oh, 1 second. I forgot to turn off. 1 second. Sorry about that. It might be the internet, and again, hopefully tomorrow will be the day because we got contacted by the company that of the internet, right? And they say that oh, we have a slot for you if you want to go tomorrow, if you like are available on Wednesday morning for the internet to come, that will be awesome. I was like, yeah, it's fine. I can make 9 but staying at home, and you can let the guy in and set it up, and hopefully by the time I come back home everything will be done and the internet will be in and it won't be as bad as this one. So bear in me my patience. So oh no, Paula, you are brave by stepping outside. But I'm sure the air is colder than it's here. I am sure of that. I'm very, very sure of that. That it is cold. So we have about half an hour until court starts because it got pushed, and I am keeping an eye on the feed. I was thinking maybe shall we just watch a bit of court hopping while we are waiting if there's any courts actually on. Um no, that one is not on. Huh. There's one on that we can watch. We can watch this one while we wait for court to start. Let me just share that. Just to watch something until court starts. Here we go. It's a juvenile court,
attorney
so
for the father,
I've
tutored his
never seen
father,
this one, but we'll have a look.
working that out. I did not receive any copies of the Native American Heritage Inquiry. I don't know if you could just email that to me after this, but that'd be fine as well.
Okay, yeah, I don't think there was a proof of service on this actually.
Okay.
So I couldn't, yeah.
That's
Okay, well, I think we would need an official amendment, and we can look for that from you, Ms. Thomas, in the next few days as far as Mr. Everett is concerned, but I'm not sure that would hold up your client's opportunity to engage in services, Mr. McFarland, if he so chooses. Ms. Thomas, what is the department's position on that?
Your Honor, I know that this is being handled through Fostering Solutions. Ms. Madrid is logged in right now. I don't think that there would be any delay in them working together to establish a case service plan and get some services started at all. And so I can ask her to make sure she does that.
Would you like us to pursue that inquiry, Mr. McFarland?
That'd be fine, Your Honor.
Deputy Hughes, did you swear in Ms. Madrid for us, please? She's joining us by Zoom, but she doesn't have her camera on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Madrid, can you raise your right hand, please? Let me know when it's raised.
Yes, it's raised.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Madrid, as it relates to Mr. Everts and getting any services started, have you been able to talk with him yet?
We did have a brief FTM prior to one of his parenting time visits, where I did make sure that he knew everything was voluntary, but we did briefly go over what will be a proposed case service plan. So he is understanding of what we will be asking from him. And I do believe he has already started parenting classes through Care Pregnancy of Lenawee.
Wonderful. And will the fact that we do not have official jurisdiction over him at this point in time prevent any referrals from being made or services getting started?
Nope. I was able to give him or point him in the right direction of where we're going to be getting started, letting him know he'll have to do a psychological, and discussed all of bullet points on his case service plan that is proposed. And he's already gotten started on some of those fatherhood parenting classes.
Wonderful. Thank you. I have no further questions of Ms. Madrid, Your Honor.
Mr. McFarland?
Nope, I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Very well. Any questions, Mr. Howitt?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I have, if we're looking at dates, Monday, March 10th at 10:30.
I'm officially withdrawing my objection to not proceeding today, Your Honor. We have no problem with amending as long as I've heard this testimony.
Very good. All right, so I'd like you to look at Monday, March 10th at 10:30. Or just, we'll just continue today's pretrial until then. To allow the department to make those amendments and to continue to provide those services for Mr. Everts in the meantime.
At what time, Your Honor?
10:30? Okay, as far as continued removal goes, Ms. Thomas, presentation on that point?
Your Honor, if I may ask Mr. McFarland if he's objecting to the continued removal. This is, Your Honor, just admittedly, this is procedurally where, in my opinion, it becomes a little gray because we didn't have a legal parent to remove from. We are still asking the court to maintain the child in foster care with the relative fictive kin placement. So I'm not sure how the court would like me to address that, especially that Mr. Everts today, in this case, just became legal father.
We are okay keeping the fictive kin placement and the visitation.
All right, very well. Your thoughts on that, Mr. Howard?
Yeah, I think it's definitely in the child's best interest to remain with foster care, victim kid placement.
Well, thank you. Did you wish to articulate about a visit that you may have had with the child today, Mr. Howard?
Yes, sure. So I met with the child in his home on February 5th, 2025. The child was very happy and playful. He exhibited many developmental milestones, such as pausing when hearing no and walking backwards. And I watched him roll around on a toy car for most of my visit, which was very impressive. And whenever he would fall, he would look for comfort from his caregiver and placement, which I think showed a bond. The child, he has a big playroom in his house with lots of toys, and he's eventually going to have his own bedroom. The house is appropriate. When it warms up, he'll have a lot of room to run outside. And the child has only lived in this home too, so it's really all he knows, other than that brief period with Mr. Everts. The placement cares deeply about the child and I had no concerns with her, and I definitely think it's in his best interest to remain there. I was unable to make a determination of what he wants to do with his age.
Okay. All right, anything else for the record today, Ms. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. McFarland, anything else for the record today?
No, thank you.
Mr. Howard?
No, Your Honor.
Very well, thank you. The court finds all interested parties will give a notice for purposes of today's pretrial. The order will reflect the determination and finding that Mr. Daniel Edwards is the legal and biological child, the father of this child. We'll look forward to the agency continuing to provide referrals for Mr. Everett and visitation so that he can work on his skill sets as well as his bond with his child. And unless there's any questions, that's all for today. We'll see you on the 10th of March at 10:30.
We're off the record. Can we verify the court has my client's information?
And I think they went not live anymore. So I think they are done, this court. So we'll find another one. Because and yeah, no, it's not my internet. It's just the what's it called? The court in itself that went offline. I mean, because it's still about 25 minutes to trial. What's up? Sorry about this. Nightbot was just telling me about something that didn't need particularly to be right now. So I'm just scouring like to see if anything comes up. Why is court not on? I mean, we could always go through the article that subscribers sent yesterday. Let me just send it to the computer, and it is about the trial. So let me just airdrop it to my laptop. There we go. So because it actually goes through the case that we're watching, and then we can go back when the feed starts. So it gives a like a more in-depth information, because it has all like the players and everything about it. But I couldn't do this a bit bigger, but and it actually has more information on Zach. Let's scroll where Zach is, because Zach is actually the accused and alive. Because so and he talks a lot about the background of him, and a lot of information that I don't think I knew until I read this. So it says that by all accounts, 32-year-old Zachary David Hughes, a California native and a graduate of the prestigious Juilliard School in New York, was an unlikely suspect. Scratch that, an impossible suspect. A classically trained concert pianist who studied at the prestigious Juilliard School. Hughes studied and performed piano sonatas written by famed composer Beethoven. On the day warrants were issued for his arrest, Hughes was preparing to begin a new job on an international cruise line. He was in Detroit, Michigan, awaiting a flight to Europe. According to a motion filed by the defense team in support of Bond, upon learning of this warrant, Hughes didn't attempt to flee across the border. Didn't. Hang on. Hang on. I need to put this bigger because my vision is failing me and I'm blind. And then you guys can also read probably on there too. Let me get back the feed up again. Okay. So with no apparent connection to Christina Parcell, Hughes' motive was a mystery, but the evidence against him was damaging. Deming, previously reported during an April 6, 2022 bond hearing before South Carolina Circuit Judge Edward Miller. Prosecutors revealed ring camera footage from a home across the street, which showed the defendant dressed in black hoodie, um, and a backpack entering the front door of Parcell's home just before the unaliving. So if he went through the front door, why the other article mentioned something about the back door? That's what I don't understand, because it was saying something about the back door, the other article from yesterday. Hughes was last seen on another ring camera leaving the subdivision on a bicycle after Parcell's unaliving. Solicitor Wilkins told the judge a bicycle matching the exact. I don't know if it was a misprint or not, but it's just weird that how they just report two different things, and it was just, it's creating doubts in my mind about that. So a bicycle matching the exact bicycle leaving the neighborhood at the time of the unaliving was spotted on yet another camera in the back of Yu's truck, according to Wilkins, that we saw the photo. Yu's attorneys disputed the video evidence, claiming the clips cited by prosecutors don't show Zach. However, prosecutors further asserted that DNA collected from Amanda Parcell's fingernails belonged to Hughes, which would definitely link him to the crime scene. Yeah, but the victim's fingernails were processed for DNA, and the result conclusively shows that Zach used DNA was under the fingernails of the victim. According to Wilkins, the premeditation and calculation and planning that had gone into this crime was pretty impeccable. Bond was denied, and Hughes was remained incarcerated at the Granville County Detention Center pending trial. A motion in support of Bond by Hughes lawyers in April 2022 gave the public the first glimpse at the man charged with this gruesome ritualistic crime. So that gives me that he's not out on bond, that is in jail, that he carries on still to this day. And now talks about a bit of his background, which was the interesting part. So Hughes was born in Morro Bay, California, to Dave Hughes and Mindy Hughes, their parents. In addition to Zachary, Dave and Mindy, married for over 46 years, have another son, Eli Hughes, who is 23 years old. According to court documents, Dave and Mindy both were born and raised in California. Upon making the decision to start a family, they wanted to instill in their children the love of the Lord, and appreciation for family, and decided the best way to do was move the family to Virginia. Okay. After move young Zach and Eli across the country, 2005, David and Mindy adopted 5 children, all siblings, from Russia to provide these children with a better life. Wow, that was a full house. The motion in support. Oh, okay. The motion in support of Bond noted that the addition of these children to the Hughes family had a profound impact on Zach. According to the Hughes family, they were unaware that most or all of those children suffered from significant emotional. Sorry, 1 second. I need to unlock my phone again. And psychological and physical adversity due to the maltreatment they had received in Russia. The initial plan to move the family from a small farm in Virginia called for both Dave and Mindy to stay at home with their children while they lived off savings and any income generated by the farm. They soon learned that this wasn't going to be enough to sustain the family, which required Zachary to step into the role of adult caregiver for the children. Well, yeah, having 5, 6, 7 kids and living off of what a farm can give you and any savings, that is hard. That is almost impossible to do that in this day and age, especially a few years ago. Hughes found The initial plan to, hang on, sorry, I forgot where I was. Hughes found an outlet for this mounting stress in music. His parents had purchased a used piano at a yard sale when he was a young boy and quickly discovered that he had an aptitude for music. After his adopted siblings joined the family, he immersed himself in the piano. His parents told the court that he devoted his entire life to it as an escape from life at home. During high school, Hughes began entering competitions and won first place in the prestigious Southwestern Piano Festival. The prize earned him a soloist performance with the SC Philharmonic Orchestra for performance of Beethoven Piano Concert Number 5, the Emperor Concerto. I don't know which one is that one. My knowledge on classical music is very low or non-existent. And this phone needs to stop locking itself because then I cannot see when the feed goes live. Hughes' talent was undeniable. In 2010, he applied to the Juilliard School for Piano Performance. Entrance into Juilliard, a highly competitive performing arts conservatory in New York City, is exceedingly difficult. There is a lot of shows that show that, but it's very well known that getting into that school it's almost impossible. Despite the highly selective admissions process, Hughes' talent was noticed by the school, and he was not only admitted but offered a numerous scholarships. Wow, that is something else. Wow. Um, I could play, but I am not gonna play because don't want a copyright strike. Not today. In 2018, while attending the University of Tennessee in pursuit of a master's degree in piano performance, Hughes volunteered to serve in the U.S. Marine Corps. Though he initially applied as an unlisted soldier, the recruiter instructed him to apply for officer candidate school instead. Yeah, he was. It was a various you can Google him or put on YouTube. Yeah, I think his channel is still up even, and you can listen him play. And even on news reports and stuff, you can hear him play, and it is beautifully. It is very good. Not that I understand anything, but I did send a clip of that to a friend that she's a piano teacher, and she was like, that is absolutely a gorgeous piece, and he's very very talented. And then she did ask me who it was, but I was like, you don't want to know. It's all right. It's just I was just wondering, on a scale of how good that is, and she was one of the best pieces that she has heard of covering of that. So, and I do trust her because she's probably not at the level of Zach, but she's very good as well. So yeah, but Talia was not gonna tell her who that guy is, because yeah, she's not the type for true crime. Definitely, for sure not. Um. So it carries on reading that 3 weeks into this training, Hughes suffered stress fractures in both of his legs, forcing him to withdraw. Ooh, ouch. At the time of his injury, he was on the top 3% of the OCS class, which was composed of approximately 400 students. He was encouraged to return after recovering from his injuries. I wonder if this is going to come into play into court. The injuries that he had on his legs, did he have long term things? Was it just at that time and he fully recovered? I wonder if, because him struggling with Christina, right? If there was a struggle, that might could have played something into it. So those the article can carry on. Those plans were put on hold though when a friend contacted him with a request. A church in Greenville, South Carolina, had been recently gifted with a high-end piano, and a woman named Jeanette Wynn was leading the search for a talent pianist to play it for its inaugural performance. Hughes agreed, and after the 2019 performance, the Wynn family and Hughes family developed a close personal friendship. With the support of Greenville Unitarian Universalist Church, Hughes decided to stay in the upstate. To support his new life, the church helped him realize his dream, performing all 32 of Beethoven's sonatas from memory. During the 250th anniversary of the composer's birth in 2020, the church came to an agreement with Hughes that they would request a donation from all those who attended these performances, and they would be split between Hughes and the church. Okay, but that doesn't matter with that was halted because of the pandemic and everything in early 2020. Um, it just talks okay. It just talks about this connection. Now we get to John Mello, the producer. John Mello. John Mello, 64, describes himself as a music producer. He lived on the West Coast. Hang on. Did they meet because he was a music producer and he promised? Oh, the plot thickens. Sorry. As a music, he lived on the West Coast until moving to Greenville with his family. After divorcing his second wife, he dated Parcell briefly, and the two had a daughter in 2012. Okay, we know that. All right. The couple split up shortly thereafter, and a years-long battle. Custody battle ensued over the young child. On October 5th, 2020, Mello took his daughter to Italy in the midst of the ongoing custody battle with Parcell. This led to the criminal charges being filed against Mello for custodial interference in the Greenville County. On October 21st, 2021, literally a year later and just after Christina's death, that Mello returned to Greenville from Italy and served a warrant for these charges and was arrested. Ooh, okay. Did not know that part. He was arrested after. This charge was dismissed by the South Carolina Circuit Court Judge Perry Gravely in April of 2024 after determined Christina Parcell was not the legal guardian of her daughter at the time Mello fled to Italy. But yeah, but still they were sharing custody at the time. So I'm still checking the feed, don't worry. I'm still keeping an eye on the on it, and nothing has come up. It hasn't started and still says 11 minutes to start, so be at 3 o'clock. According to investigators, Hughes worked for Mello, cleaning his house and performing other domestic tasks from 2020 to 2021. But hang on. Why did Zach need it to perform cleaning tasks to Mello? If at the time he was doing performances in churches, because he's saying like, hang on. Yeah, it's so if he was doing provided virtual piano lessons through the Bronx Conservatory of Music and other ways, how come it he was performing cleaning services for use for Mello? That is just weird. That is absolutely just weird. Um, it's unknown how they met, but they in relative small community of Greenville, South Carolina. It is believed a shared of love and music brought them together. Okay, but why was he doing domestic things to Mello? That sounds a bit weird, right? I'm not the only one thinking of that because it's just weird. But okay. When Mello was arrested on the custodial interference charge, Mello listed Zachary Hughes on the relationship portion of his intake form, allowing the two of them to communicate while he was incarcerated. Hang on. Did he just do that to be allowed to talk while he was incarcerated, or were they actually in a relationship? Because I've said this before, that they were together in a way that is not just friendship. They were more than friends. I don't know. He also recorded a video with Hughes granting him permission to retrieve his luggage and medication from the Charlotte airport following his arrest. Oh, so yeah, so then Mello was arrested before Hughes was for the unaliving of Christina. So when authorities learned the relationship between Mello and Hughes, they began looking at the footage from flock cameras. Flock cameras are license plate reading cameras that store every vehicle that is read by a particular camera in a searchable database, including dates, timestamps, and photos of the car. That's how they found the car of Hughes moving along with a bike on the back. What they discovered was chilling. On the day before the unaliving and the day of the unaliving, flock cameras footage showed Zachary Hughes' truck with a bicycle located in its bed. This bicycle matched the description of the bicycle the unaliver used when he was leaving Christina Parcell's neighborhood immediately following her unaliving. Law enforcement officials used this footage to obtain a search warrant on the home where Zachary Hughes was living. During the search, a bicycle was discovered matching the descriptions of the one located in the back of Zachary Hughes' truck, the one photographed on the flock camera. A witness in Zachary Hughes' home stated that Hughes owned the recovered bicycle and he had recently used it. Okay, that's not really that bad. I mean, he used a bike, he seemed to be a fitness guy, like, seemed to be in shape. So that's not that, yeah, bad. So Mello. Oh no! During the search, authorities located a used iPhone and obtained a separate search warrant for it. The phone required a 6-digit passcode, and law enforcement technicians were unable to unlock the phone, although they were successful in extracting a partial of the contents of it. Mello and Hughes communicated extensively through an application on their phones called WhatsApp. Everyone, I think, knows what is WhatsApp. It encrypts messages from end to end, and normally you can exchange messages, videos, phone calls, and everything. And especially, if you are outside of the US, or if you do international calls and everything, WhatsApp is very well known for you to be able to do so for free and not having to spend any money on it. So they probably use that to communicate between Italy and the US, because Hughes was in Italy at the time of Christina's unaliving. So some of those messages were they were able to download, others were not. The messages viewable by law enforcement were presented in motions to compel Hughes to provide authorities with a passcode by his phone, and they were concerning. In one conversation via WhatsApp in April 17, 2021, Mello told Hughes that he had obtained Christina's private number and he instructed him to use to harass her. Obviously, I'm not going to say the other word. Authorities also found numerous conversations between Mello and Zachary via WhatsApp between October 8 and October 13, the day of the unaliving. On October 13, the day of the unaliving, for example, there is a conversation in which Mello asks Hughes, how did the music research go? Mm. And Hughes responded, good, I'll tell you over the phone. Mello has not been charged in connection with the Parcells. Hang on. It doesn't seem that suspect. How did the music research go? Oh, he says good, and I'll tell you over the phone, because probably I sometimes prefer talking over the phone than actually texting anymore, because the typing of it all, it takes forever when you can just say it either on a voice note or in a very quick phone call. So yeah, I'm getting to be one of those people that doesn't like to talk on the phone anymore, or to text. I like to text, and it's quick, because you can just do it very quickly and it is easy. But sometimes I do prefer voice calls, or a voice message or something. It's easier. So it continues that Mello hasn't been charged with unaliving, but he has consistently maintained his innocence of all the charges against him in communications with the media outlet. In September 2023, however, Mello and Hughes were charged in Greenville with first-degree harassment and conspiracy for allegedly sending birthday suit pictures of Parcells provided by Mello to an undisclosed group of people. And then those charges are still pending to today. And hang on, let me check the feed because we are literally minutes away. Still nothing. As soon as the feed is up, we'll go back to it. Source close to the prosecution have referred to Mello as indicted conspiracy and Parcells unaliving. And I think if Zachary goes down, Mello is gonna be next. I think they are gonna wait. They are waiting and see what happens with Zachary to then try charge Mello, I think, because they are probably not sure with what is gonna happen with the trial, and then it's just yeah, interesting. So sources supporters of Mello have claimed that he's being unfairly targeted without any evidence, and that even if he were tied to the killing and aliving, his actions wouldn't have been justified given the allegations against her. We all know why and what it is. So then the thing is, it just goes into the CP thing, but I don't really want to go into that right now. I don't think we are interested in that part of the trial. We are interested on the aliving, and then it shows like a timeline or a chronology thing like I did, so they have that, and then just some more news about it. But they do talk about as well Bradley. I don't think we have time to go into Bradley today, but basically saying that he was a suspect at a time, at a point of time that he was a suspect, and then he was involved with Christina doing the CP thingy, and that's why he's in jail or in prison for it. But it's just rather interesting that I don't think Christina had a good taste in men, and they look very similar. Very, very similar. I'm sorry, but they are. Like when doing the research for this case, absolutely too similar between Mello and Bradley Post. But no matter what, I don't think like Christina should have faced the charges, the CP charges, and faced jail for whatever she was doing, but not go like that, because the injuries that she suffered, because the medical doctor was saying that the stabs wounds were either here or here, so that was just like literally on her neck. That was definitely a crime of passion, and like absolutely horrendous. So Fitch should come in at any moment now, because we are waiting now on them to go live, to press the button. I mean, we are an hour basically almost into the trial per se, and they are still not on. Hang on, sorry, I'm just you guys can see what I'm doing. I thought I had hang on, let me share this one instead and try to see if I can find something, because I wonder what's happening. Like, let me see again if there is any news on X or something about why. Oh, I know exactly who to scourge for, because there is a court watcher there. So let me have a look 1 second. What's see if she has posted anything, because she's a court watcher and she's watching this trial live on in court. See if anything has come up. Oh, oh, so there is things happening. All right, so from what I see on Twitter, so that they both, the judge on both sides were in chambers, right? about this was about 11 minutes ago. The courtroom is full, and here we go. Courtroom is full, and then what she says, it looks like the defense wants to base their case on defense of others. Interesting. Also, it seems that Christina's daughter, AM, could testify. Buenos dias, I. Hello, good morning. We are just about to start court. We are on that half an hour, well, almost an hour delay now. I don't know. But so yeah, it seems that AM, it's the daughter of Christina and John Mello. She is underage, so born in 2012. We are in 2025. 22. She was 10. 2, 3, 4, 5. She's 13. About 13 years old, if my math is correct. Because math is not my forte, but I think she might testify. Obviously um we are not gonna see her because she is underage. I'm sure that this judge definitely is not going to allow it. I mean, we are already a half an hour behind as it is. So definitely. So, and she might even testify today by what it says. So, yeah. So that is interesting. So again, I don't know if Bradley, I don't think if Zachary is gonna testify, to be fair. I don't really believe. But by the way, before we carry on, guys, don't forget to press the like button. It does help the channel a lot. It gets us out there a little bit more. Not that we want the craziness, but make sure you hit the like button, please. Thank you. I get very awkward in that. But yeah, I mean, they could technically jump this part that we are here waiting, and this is why I like to this is why I like to jump to be catching up on the court, because we can skip these breaks and everything, and that it is just. Oh, you hit the like button yesterday. Well done, Paula. You are a good one. You are very, very good. That's fair. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You must have been the first one then. Well done. So, hang on 1 second. There is another courtroom movement. Sorry. Oh, so apparently, right? Because I'm getting updates from the courtroom, and it's kind of a spoiler. But if you guys don't want to, just let me know. If you guys don't want me to say, obviously, while the court is ongoing, I'm not gonna say. I'm just gonna say now. So apparently, the defense of Zachary was that is arguing that the child was in imminent danger, and that's the element of defense for Zachary's use. So, and him apparently is nodding in agreement to what the defense is saying. So I think they're still arguing that about the testimony, or why the testimony is going to be irrelevant. But why would you do that? But so his defense is that the kid was in imminent danger, and the only way of him getting rid of the danger was to poke her 31 times. Okay, I need to write that down. And it's a little bit weird, I guess. So you concerned about the child's welfare, and the only thing you can think of is to literally eliminate the mom instead of calling the police. If they had the evidence that they said they had, why they did not call the police? Because they said that they had evidence of the cell phone and what laptop or whatever it was. If they have that much evidence, why they did not just show that to the police, and the police could have arrested her? I don't understand why. And it's just crazy. And I don't really like courts being behind. Is like, now we sit it here, right, waiting for court to start, and nothing has happened. They could literally at least just skip this part and not, but then we would not be half an hour behind. I get it, but it's just, and because normally they go live about like 10 minutes, 15 minutes before the court starts, but now we are seated here looking at the seal of the court, and nothing is really happening. And I want things to happen. I want the court date to start because I think you guys want to stop hearing me for once. Oh, by the way, we are on the defense case. Don't forget to play the verdict game. I will put the new form link. It will be in chat in a second. So because this case might be finished this week, we don't know. It might be, it might not. But play the verdict game. There's rules applies. If you have any questions, let me know. If you never played the game, it's a very simple game. You just guess if it is guilty or not guilty, hung or something else. I don't think there's any other option, but mistrial. There is mistrial option. I need to stop putting that one in. And then you guess how long they're gonna deliberate. And obviously in the verdict you have to get it right, the guilty or not guilty part, but then the deliberation, so you have a range of time that you can choose. If you want to put a specific, just let me know and we can put you a specific. But if you want to choose choose a range of time, you can. That will give you probably more chances of winning. And yeah, that's how you play the game. Very simple, very easy, straightforward. You can play on a Google form, or on the day that we are going to be doing the closings, I can take your guess then as well. And the game will be open to play until the end of the closings from the defense, if they choose to do a closing. If they don't do a closing, it will be by the closing prosecution, but I'm sure they will do a closing statement at least, because they did not do one of opening so far. So that's what we might endure today, an opening from the defense, because they haven't done a defense yet, defense opening. So we might hear that from them. And yeah, sorry, hang on. Sorry, just checking again Twitter or X, you know, that one from place, just to see if there was more information about this whole case. Sorry, just scouring is, yeah. Oh, another one. Sorry. No. I every time I click my phone to go away, it just doesn't go away. Ooh. So apparently now the defense also has a witness from Utah prepared to testify about the effects of long-term abuse of a child. So that's going to be a little bit scary. That's going to be a little bit I want to say spicy, but it's not the good type of spiciness. It's going to be the bad type of spiciness apparently, I guess. And it's not going to be the good type of spiciness. But yeah. Oh, I did not say this to you because it happened after the stream was over last night. So I was cooking with Nightbot, right? And I was grabbing some seasonings because we were doing a Thai inspired seasoning, and we have all the seasonings and we just combine them together and we do it at home. So, and I knocked one of the spices on the floor, and obviously there's spices everywhere. And it was funny because the spice that fell was thyme. And what did I say tonight, Bot? I think I've run out of time. I think we need more time now. And that was my joke for the day. Not should not be interested in cooking or saying jokes or anything, because I say very bad jokes. So now we need more time when we go to, guess where we're going to go? Costco. So when we go to Costco, I'm gonna buy, I know it's such a waste of time. That is absolutely such a waste of time. So yeah, it's now when we go to Costco, we need to buy thyme, uh, and we're gonna buy the big bulk one because it's one of those spices that we use quite a bit because it goes almost in anything. So it is quite easy to use, and someone wasted it a lot because there was it everywhere. Um, Costco, I know, I have seen the videos, Paula. I love the videos. So, um, yeah. So, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about that, Paula. I will eat it for you, the lasagna that will probably go another day grab it. um so that is like, at least you had the frozen one. Would the frozen one be any good? Is the frozen one any good? Um so yeah, so another thing from court, so now the defense is saying in this trial, the defense is saying that Zach stood in the interests of the kid, when of the child, when no one else did. So, but the thing is, it's like, why kill an aliva, and why not Ooh, two tries. That is two tries. Wow, that is good. I don't think I've seen frozen lasagna Costco. Have we, Nightbot? Seen frozen lasagna at Costco? I don't know. I don't think because when we go to the freezer section, we go for one thing and one thing only, and that's the chicken tenders.
No, because it's always made fresh.
Yeah. So, oh, yes, they were. I think at this point, I need to to go and follow her because oh yeah, that's Gigi from, but yeah, they were in chambers about 11 minutes ago, which is what we about an hour ago, which what I think what we are watching now. I'm a bit confused, see, being like behind, I don't know. So we do have a feed up, but it's just we're just waiting on what happening. um Oh, okay. I don't think Costco here in the UK we do frozen lasagna. We do the fresh one instead. Which yeah, it's I think better. Oh, so apparently the way that they are arguing, like the defense is arguing this whole thing, the testimony from the child and the witness from Utah to come in, is because they want defend. And the way they argue, he was defending the child, that Zach was defending the child, is bringing the essay in that the judge has yet not allowed in. So he might not allow that. Might allow the victim testify, because by the daughter testifying is gonna allow the essay part in. And I don't know if either the defense or the state wants that in. And if I was the state, I did not want that in for sure. I think that's definitely something that she would argue a lot and not to let it in. So we'll see what happens. I think the is I don't know. Let me see. The butterfly. Is that the name of the account, Lois, that you posted there? Because or is just from Pretty Lies and Alibis, that's her name? Because I'm confused. I'm always confused. Which day am I not confused? So, that should be interesting to read later. Just found a post about the forbidden places that you are not allowed in. You can now visit. So, I wanted to know. Um. Oh, okay. So now it comes out on the Pretty Lies and Alibis. I love the tweet trial that says that the defense says that in using the defense, you are admitting to poke her over 30 times. So basically, it's admitting. Um. So admitting, Zach is admitting that he poked her 30 times at the time of the unaliving. So then what the state is saying is nothing was occurring at the moment of the unaliving. The child was at school, so he didn't have any reason at the time of the unaliving to this to happen. So if that comes in, no matter what they say about the essay's charge or anything, it doesn't has anything to say, because at the time that he was unaliving Christina, Zach, the kid was in there. The kid was not in danger. So it was not the self-defense thing, or like act in the interest of that he was in school, because we already had the SRO, the school resource officer, testifying, saying that she was at school. So all this defense that Zach wants to portray, if they want to that like to come in into it, because the state can just ask the child, saying, where were you at the time of your mom's unaliving? The child was saying, I was at school. So if she was at school, she was not in danger, right? I'm not going mad. So I mean, no, but there's testimony saying from an officer, because apparently some schools have a school resource officer, right, saying that he saw the kid at school, and he called the school to keep the kid there while things were going on. So saying that, oh, okay, fair enough, Paula. So by saying that, by the defense wanting that defense to be the Zach's defense, saying that, oh, okay, I did it to protect the kid, fair enough, but then you are going to say that the kid was in school, so the kid was not in immediate danger when the unaliving happened. So 1 second. So good morning, Pickles. Oh, it's okay. Oh, no. Oh, absolutely. I hope you feel better. Thank you for the article yesterday. I did go went through earlier about the Zachary Hughes thing. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you feel better soon. And dentist appointments, I never. Oof, I am trying to avoid the dentist, of going to the dentist so much. But yep, I am muted. I have already had pressed the button. Can you guys hear me now? Nothing? Oh no. Hang on. Nothing? Oh, there. Okay. So I because I saw the judge, I was like, oh, we are going back. No, yeah, no. Sorry about that. I've pressed the button of to mute myself because I got too excited that I saw the judge, and and there are my apologies. I'm a very professional streamer. Look at me. Um. So thank you very much, Nightbot. So apparently the defense is still carrying on. Sorry, I'm still getting the tweets from the courtroom. So it's saying that Zach went in there with the intention to save the child, but the child was at school, and because he was watching the house, he knew that the child was he was at school. So his thing of saying that he went there, I think, is just absolutely I was so excited that the judge was coming, but I think the judge is not coming from back for a while, because now the judge said that he's going to take some time to decide, and the courtroom is on a break. So I don't know. Oh my days, it might be even a longer wait for court to start, because now I don't know if they actually went straight into that, or we had some the openings or anything from the court, but we are just waiting to, yeah. I think we are I think we guys are gonna still having to listen to me for a while, but I need to do something 1 second. Sorry about that. I think we are going to even be waiting for a little bit longer, because apparently court now is on a break for the judge to decide if he's going to let AM, the child's witness, to testify, or is going to let this whole SACP thing coming in into the trial, because that's what the defense wants, because their defense is that Zach went to unalive Christina to save the child from her, but the child at the time of the unaliving, um, I don't know where I am, but I think I am still. I don't know. I'm confused on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. I'm confused on this one. I don't know where I am. I think I'm the middle bit, the dash. I don't know where I am. Um, I don't know. In one way, I am thinking not guilty, but in another way, how. And that's the thing, that it can be, and it can cause, because that's all it needs is a hung jury, because they can try this again. But and as like I tried to get away from reading and watching things about this trial, and just to think about think for myself on this case and everything, and just think of what I've known, like of the evidence we've heard. I have heard evidence enough for him to say that he's guilty with the ring camera and everything, but I have my doubts with the ring camera. You can't really see who that person is. There is doubts, like, yes, he might look like him, but that picture on the trail camera that we saw, he definitely did not look like him. For me, that was not Zach. That was completely somebody else. So I have my doubts. There is some evidence that points to him, especially the DNA and then underneath the fingernails of Christina. Yes, but the fact that now the defense wants to present their case and blame, obviously, the victim, because that's what defense do, blame the victim. Yeah, see, that's the thing. And it's also this contradictory, like, there's information that contradicts itself, because some information says that he went through the back door and the back door was locked, but then there's other people, and there's that witness that says that he went through the front door. So he went through the front door or the back door? I don't get it. So I'm confused on that part, because there was one of the articles we saw yesterday, it said the back door. This article of today said the front door, and there was the neighbor. And then there is but then this is defense. His defense, basically, from what we've been um from the bit that we've been reading from the courtroom, because there's a court watcher in the courtroom, and she's been tweeting about, and I've been reading on. The defense wants to bring in the fact that Zachary wanted to save the child, John Mellows and Christina Parcell's daughter, from the SA or the CP, the child A. So he said he went there to save the child, but the child wasn't there. But by admitting that he went there to unalive and poka poka 31 times. He's admitting to the crime, but he's saying it was to protect the kid, but the kid wasn't there at the time, so the kid was not in immediate danger. So he could have called the police, and while the kid was at school, the police could have gone there and arrested her. And then the kid would be saved, and Christina would be paying her dues in prison, in jail. But no, she's not here anymore. So that's what doesn't line up. And if the defense comes with that theory in, and if that theory is allowed to be in, because the judge is deciding if that it's not the theory in itself, but the CP and the SA is going to come in or not, because the defense can present whatever they want to present. The more ridiculous, the better. But if the defense gets to present that information of because the kid was in danger, but the kid was not even in the house when the aliving happened, I think is going to get found guilty. Because there is no way, because if they say that Zach all he wanted was to protect the kid and everything, that's very good, that's very heroic, that's whatever. But at the time of the unaliving, the kid was not in danger because the kid was in school. And we had the SRO officer testifying about that fact. Am I wrong or am I right? Probably I'm wrong. Most certainly I'm wrong. But it's just the fact that they're trying to do that, and I don't think the judge is gonna allow that to come in. So the DNA makes him guilty, but all the other evidence is confusing. That is for sure. And I'm just am I wrong or am I right? But is it not true? Because it's like, if he's saying that, if he says he was not in self-defense but to protect the child, right? He's saying that he's admitting to it, right? He's admitting to the crime. He's admitting that he poked her 31 times. So to protect her from the child, but the child was not in danger at the time because he was not even there. So how can he say that? So I would find him guilty. It's like just an excuse, I would say. Yeah. So apparently the courtroom is packed. The judge is still deciding if he's gonna allow. There's a lot of chatter inside of the inside and outside of the courtroom at the moment. So yeah, but then Pickles, if he admits to it, to the poking, right? That is okay. That is a way okay. You're explaining how the DNA is there. Fair enough. That's explaining one thing, but then that doesn't explain the fact that the kid was not in danger because the kid was in school. Yeah. So you know, and like, okay, the kid was in danger, but you don't need to poke. Sorry, we don't need to poke Christina 31 times to stop her. It's not like she's a monster and she was way wicked than Zachary. It's not like she was defeating Hulk or anything. So yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's my own theory as well, because I think this defense theory and way, so yeah, so basically what the last tweet from Kathy it says is, to sum up, is the defense admits that Zachary used unalive Christina Parcell and says he did it in defense of her minor daughter due to allegations of undergoing SA or CP. If the judge allows this, the likely witnesses for the defense would be Christina's daughter, her daughter's father, John Mello, and Zachary Hughes himself. So if the judge allows, we're going to hear from the trifecta. From the doctor, oh, from the doctor of John Mello and Christina, AM, from John Mello himself, and from Zachary Hughes. But can you imagine that cross for Zachary and for John Mello as well himself? And I think that would be a great cross. I don't know, but because the thing is, if we don't listen from her, from the child, it's a he says, she says. Christina can't say anything really because she's not here anymore. But I'm not seeing her admitting to anything. But what I no, John is back in the country because well, or you can just do it through Zoom. I mean, Italy is only like an hour ahead of me, so it's about 4:30 in the afternoon there. So yeah, so the defense is saying, Pickles. Defense is saying that they want the child to testify because they want the essay, the child exploration thing in. So that means that the kid is gonna have to testify because otherwise it's just Zach's and John Mellow's word against a person that is not alive anymore. So yeah, sorry, that's it. So if the judge allows, she's gonna have to testify because if she doesn't testify, right, the child, it's Zach's and John's word against a person that isn't alive that you won't come in. Yeah, but Bradley cannot come in. Bradley's case cannot come in into it. Yeah. This is because what they saying is because Zach and alive Christina because the child was in danger. But at the time that that this happening, the child was not there. So that did not matter for that. I think their defense is going to crumble quicker than a house of cards because I don't see that happening because it's just I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that is a good idea for Zachary in terms of having that defense, that being his defense? Because she's gonna have to testify, otherwise it's just John Mellow's word that he was in the battle custody with Christina and he got ugly. And then yes, he was in Italy, but then he had his point of commando in the US, Zachary, to do his dirty job for him. Well, true. That could true, but to get an unaliver in, sometimes they have to weigh the options in, and they get Zach. They will get Bradley sadly later. I don't know, or Bradley won't get out on it, or. But the thing is, no matter what, Pickles. Like, I'm not saying that Christina was innocent. I'm not saying that she was a rose. She was not good person probably, but she did not deserve the 31 pokies. And the way that the Zach is saying that his defense is, and the way that he says that things happened, it doesn't justify her unaliving. Because he thinks that that defense will work, but it's not gonna. And I don't think Bradley will get away with it. Because I don't think there's only her daughter, there's other cases. So against Bradley, I don't think it's just the daughter. I think they have a lot more on Bradley than just the one. So it is, yeah. There is other ways, but I don't think there is just the one case against Bradley. I think there was plenty cases sadly against him about it, about this whole ordeal and about this situation. Pickles probably, yeah. I don't know, but I don't think there is just one case. I think there's more than one case against Bradley Post, and they will not let him walk just like that on this whole situation. So yeah, I don't think that is gonna happen. um So then, that is a well, pickles. That's a pickle. Then I don't know. Um, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think Bradley's case would be affected with or ever the outcome on this case, and I'm sure the state has weighed all of the possibilities of that as well, and they know what to explore and what not to explore. Because in a way, it could be damaging for the state. Yes, the whole this XSA and CP and whatever thing to come in into the trial could be very damaging for them, but they also could literally convict Zachary. This could be, sorry, just checking that the feed was live. This could be the nail in the coffin for Zachary in terms of getting convicted, because there is defense again doesn't make sense to me. In my opinion, it doesn't make sense, and I am sure that the state is not going to let Bradley get away with anything as well, just to convict an Aliva. So that is my opinion, and I mean, I might be completely entirely wrong. The possibility of that, it's like 99.9%. So I'm sure I'm gonna be wrong. And that's gonna be proved very soon during trial. I mean, there is no updates, I don't think, yet about this. Oh, okay. So sorry. So basically, right now, while we I still don't know what to do with this case. I am with there with you, Pickles. I am right there with you. I think I'm standing next to you. Um, so basically, what's going on now? What we're watching is they while we're watching the seal. That's when they were arguing with the judge of about the whole this, because all of this was done outside of the presence of the jury. So that's why the court hasn't technically started and will probably only start when a decision or after a decision comes, because we only allowed camera on for anything with the jury in. So um yeah, so we might be waiting for a hot minute for the decision to come in, which would be great because that means I can carry on talking more. Um yeah, but about nothing and everything. I mean, what do you guys please help me. Because I don't know what else to say, because this whole ordeal is weird. I don't know where I am on the case. Nightbot is eating food without me, didn't even offer anything to me. um and I am thirsty, so give me 1 second. I need a bit of water. um all right, we'll do. All right, just be careful, and I know, very rude now. Be careful driving, Pickles. And yeah, give me 1 second. I need a drink. All right, I took a little bit of a break. I had some drink, and I was asking Nightbot to what talk about next. So I think I'm gonna talk about my bakery day, and how people find funny at work to that scare me is okay. Because like the thing is, when I'm in a bakery, I'm concentrated on what I'm doing, and oh, if I interrupt myself, it's because a tweet has come down with the decision. So, oh, there is a motion that was filed, um, and they got the document. So I'm just like, yeah, um. Oh, actually, oh, I can talk now that about the after what I was gonna say about the bakery, because now probably people are interested in knowing what happening in the bakery. So I was packing stuff away, and people find funny because I'm so concentrated in what I'm doing. So like in focus of what I'm doing and everything, and so people just scare me all the time. So they just come by the bakery and just say like the thing is, they only say like hello or anything. They don't say much, but they just scare me. Sorry, I don't know what I did to my phone. They decide that it's a good idea. Well, let's scare Katya. Let's like so literally today my boss came in, and he always is very nice. He comes in and he says good morning, and if everything was all right, if I needed any help, blah blah blah. But before that, it scares me. So I was packing the chocolate croissants, and I nearly saw the chocolate croissants flying across the room because he said good morning, and I was like, I'm about to be unalived in the bakery, but I wasn't. The other scared of the day was because I was packing again some donuts, and a colleague made an announcement through the tannoy, and scared me as well. I literally could have. Oh, apparently the judge is back in court in real life, because we are catching up because of the order of the 30 minutes delay. So the judge is back, so we might know the decision soon. Do you guys want to know the decision, or should I just keep it for when we watch it? So yeah, do you guys want to know the decision when it comes in from the court? Do you guys want to wait until we hear, or we might not even hear because everything is being done outside of the presence of the jury? Oh, doors in. Oh, okay. That is a great idea. Tours, like, I think oh, you want to know? I will let you guys know. I think Nightbot is gonna write down those ideas of tours in the car for the next video, and show gardens. Okay, we can definitely do that. um I mean, we definitely can show some gardens. I already had an idea for this week. Oh, will do, boss. Thank you very much. I am on it. Ooh. Oh, that is cool. Thank you very so much for this, Toxic. So I'll show that. Well, I can show probably that now because we are still waiting on court to start, and I think we are gonna be waiting for this. So let me send this for my notebook, my computer. And it's here, but I need to move it to another window. To the window. I'm not gonna start singing. So there's something that we can probably actually see while we are waiting for the um for this. But yeah, well, like, we definitely can do that, Lois. That's actually a great idea. Thank you very much for that. For the next this week, I've already got an idea. I've got an idea of a Q&A if you guys are interested. So I've posted a post in the community side of things of YouTube. If you want to go there, just write any questions that you have for me or Naibot or both, and we can go through that. And then for maybe the other one, we can do that. So the response from the judge. I'm gonna read the tweet. So, judge will state court can limit defense testimony without violating the Constitution. He will not allow the defense of others defense to come in. Says the child was at school and there was no imminent danger to her at the time, so it's not coming in. His defense, um, of Zachary Hughes' defense, just crumbled like a house of cards. Because he had exactly the same thought that I had and you guys had as well. So basically, jury will not hear all of this. This is huge. So by this, oh, I don't know where I am. I don't know where I am. I don't know if I'm on a not guilty or not guilty. I don't know. But this is not gonna come in. Because it makes sense. I'm sorry, but it makes sense. I agree with the judge. Because it doesn't make sense his defense saying that he was there to rescue the child, but the child was not even there. He was at school. So he could admit to the killing, but he would to the unaliving, sorry, but that would be definitely straight guilty to Zachary, because the state could very well done. They like, I'm not saying that the victim was perfect and was innocent in all of this, but the fact was, where was the kid? And they would have to say the kid was at school, or the state could have just very easily on the rebuttals case, because they can still have a rebuttals case, bring back the SRO, the school resource officer, or someone from the school, like principal or the person that takes the presence of the kids, saying was AM at school at the time of the unaliving, and they would have say yes. So, and that would definitely crumble the defense case altogether. So I think this is where the judge went to make his decision. I don't think we are going to come in. Let me put the headphones and listen just in case. Sorry, there's more updates, so I'll read to you guys in a second. I think this is where the judge went in and to make his decision. So we should be about half an hour or 10 minutes from the judge coming back. So not doing too bad, because hang on, let me see. Yeah. So judge took about half an hour, so in about half an hour we should come back and start the day, maybe, hopefully, because now the judge says that he understands that the defense argument, but it's not South Carolina law. He went to someone's house, he did not know, and unalived her. The child wasn't home and defeats any argument of defense of others. So that is, I agree with the judge. What do you guys think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Are you unhappy? Are you happy? But now I still don't know if he is guilty or not, because I mean the state could have said, okay, let it in, and they will win straight away with, I would assume, him straight away guilty, as soon as I knew that the kid wasn't home, she was not in immediate danger, so there was no really reason for the unaliving. But now I don't know, I am on the fence. I would say hung at the moment. If we were today at the end of the trial, which we might as well be, because if that was the whole defense case, we might be done with this case. They might even not come back, and they go to, I don't know if they had the charge conference already or not. Yeah. So I don't know if they're gonna have now a case or anything, because that was their whole case. The Utah person, AM, John Mello, and Zachary. That was the case if the judge would allow that in. But now that the judge is not allowed in, I don't think Zach is gonna testify. Okay, that's out of the question. That's long gone. And I don't think what case else the defense is gonna put. They don't have a case, because that's was their case, right? That's just, this trial is the trial that keeps intriguing my head. And hmm, I don't know. That is you. That was a big decision. I agree with the judge in a way, but he couldn't have let it in, and then, excuse me, change the completely side of the case and make the state work for it. Because, well, as it is now, many people probably say guilty because the DNA of Zachary, let's not forget, is underneath the fingernails of the victim, and they do have a lot to convict him just on that. They could just convict him on that. So, I mean, Toxic sent some photos, a link of some images, like from court and everything. I don't think I'm gonna show those pictures on here, because if they did not show on stream, I don't think I'm gonna show them here. I mean, we can look at the timeline, but basically the timeline was the one that I've already done anyway for the case. Let me just, there is a lot of the evidence, a lot of the what have we just been going through. Yeah. Oh yeah, we did had as well that earlier. We went through an article. Um, there's the court records. That is interesting. There is one filing that actually was done today or something, that just came out, one of the filings. But that filing, hang on, was a motion filed by Zachary Hughes defense. They literally did not hold back. I can read that motion, so it's on my phone, so forgive me. So it says, John Mello fancies himself as a music industry personality, musician, and music producer. Christina Parcell was a, wow, that starts on the second sentence, was how do I can say this word on YouTube without getting my channel be taken away forever? Was the lady that slept with other people that she got money from, basically. So who advertised on the internet and sold drugs. In 2012, they had a child together, a daughter, AM. They never married, and Parcell did not seek custody or even full visitation rights with AM, which is a lie. Lady of the night, thank you. Definitely. Lady of the night. Let's just say that. Lady of the night. Um, but that is false, because she did had visitation rights, and she did up until the point that Mello decided to take the daughter to Italy. So, however, Parcell had some visitation rights, and AM would often spend the night with Parcell during her periods of visitation. During these custody battles, Parcell developed a romantic relationship with a man named Bradley Post, or Brad Post, who was old enough to be Parcell's father, and who was, or at least perceived to be, very wealthy. Well, so this John Mello perceived to be um her kid, because Mello is also probably not too far behind from Post. But anyway, Parcell and Post ultimately got engaged. Post and Parcell relationship greatly concerned Mello. Parcell's prior life as a lady of the night and drug distributor, coupled with Post's wealth and creepiness, prompted Mello to wonder if AM was safe when she was with Parcell and Post, and then to say she was not, but that it's not coming in. And there is an update from court that the defense continues to argue more, saying that Zach went there with the sole purpose of protecting the child. Judge has gone back into the chambers. Oh my days. The thing is, right, if he allows it now, Zach is gonna go away, because it's gonna come out that the daughter was not at home at the time of the unaliving, though. That's the thing. So now we're back at waiting. and just so it's like literally back awaiting. We've been on for almost 2 hours, and heard nothing from court. It's just, and the thing is, this is not being televised, so we're not gonna watch that. All we're gonna watch is the seal of the court. That's the only thing we are gonna be privy to for now. So now, gonna wait probably half an hour more until the judge comes back. So it's, yeah, I'll keep you guys updated, see what's happening. The article the Toxic sent us is awesome. It's a great article. It has like literally a background of everybody, but we've already done that this morning just before court started. Ooh, but hang on, there's something we never watched it. Oh, there is an interview, a John Mallow interview. Hang on, let me share this tab. Share this one instead. We're gonna watch this John Mallow interview. I wanna watch. It's not long, but it's something. Keeps us entertained and I can rest my voice. Let me get the feed on my phone. Just 1 second, and then we go back to it straight away. So there we go.
Of the 5 o'clock news.
It's an interview you'll see only on Fox. It all comes as more information is now coming to light about the horrific murder of a woman in Greer. We are breaking down what you need to know.
And it's another beautiful sunset across our area, but we're looking ahead to some rainy weather toward the end of the week. We'll track it all on Futurecast so you can plan ahead.
Back to that interview you'll see only on Fox. We are talking to John Mallow. He is the child. He shares a child with a recent homicide victim, Christina Parcell. She was found brutally stabbed to death multiple times in her home in Greer back in October. Now, he is revealing new information about the ongoing custody battle over their child and why he took her out of the country, which led to his arrest.
Fox Carolina's Carrie Weimer closely following this investigation since it happened. She's live in our newsroom with a lot of questions surrounding this entire case. Carrie.
As the murder investigation continues, several other arrests with connections to the victim were made, but for other criminal charges, including child pornography.
October 13th, I was in Italy.
John Mallow tells us where he was the day the mother of his child, Christina Parcell, was murdered in her home in Greer. After finding proof in court documents of Mellow's friendship with Zachary Hughes, the man accused of killing Christina Parcell, we asked him his thoughts on how that looks.
I can't help their perception. I can only pray and move forward for my child. I can't cater to people. I can't respond to people. You know, I can't do anything but focus all my efforts on the well-being of my child.
Mallow says he came back to the States a week after the murder and was arrested on charges from last year when he took their child to Italy against court order.
We went there to finalize our citizenship, and I wanted her to be away from these people, and I wanted her to have a better life and free education, free university anywhere in Europe, you know, healthcare for me and everything. And that was my retirement plan.
He says he wanted their daughter away from Christina's fiance, Bradley Post, who investigators charged with having child pornography. Post remains in jail with his case turned over to the Attorney General's office.
I want to see justice for his victims. I want sunlight shining on every player in this that did these children wrong.
After 2 custody battles and more on the horizon, Mallow says he has one priority.
Until I'm in the ground or my daughter's old enough to make her own decision, I will fight for her. It's just that simple. There's no alternative.
Now, Mallow tells us there will be another hearing in December about custody. Cody, Tori?
Okay, so that was basically it. not a lot of information, but it's just gives a bit. Well, I have never heard his voice before, so that was basically the end. So this is what I was talking about before, that Toxic has shared with us about the. So this is very quickly, that's the pictures that have been shown in the trial so far. And then you've got the biography about Zach, about the timeline of all the events and everything. And again, there is like all the evidences and everything. This ones we could go through it because that they don't have anything wrong, but this is the messages that were scrambled, that probably we can't read a lot because they're scrambled and there's not a lot of information. So, and then that's the participant is Zach. Zach, the like yeah. So that's the the photos of the birthday suit photos that got sent, and you can see that it has the Greenville Post office thing, I think, and saying it was sent. And then that was, yeah, some pictures, and then that was the website and everything. So that is what has been shown in court so far. And then again, some pictures more from court and everything. So that is what was shown. So we go back to the feed, and I mean, I can try to see if there was any more interviews with John Mello on YouTube, and we can watch those while we wait, because there is still not much more information. See if anything comes up with I don't think he well, to be fair, gave a lot of information, but there is a lot of yeah. No, there's not some interviews. So just seeing if there was any interviews with John Mello or anything, or well, we could see Bradley posts, but we know he probably didn't because he's been in jail since I think 21, out of this whole thing. But I don't think the judge is back yet in live on a trial. So because there hasn't been an update again. Let me have a look if there has been an update. Nope. No update yet from court. So we still don't know what's happening. It's been almost 10 minutes that the judge has gone back into the chambers to see exactly what well, is deciding again on what to do, because the defense is still pressuring to going forward to the defense with their defense. They want to come in, but so we are just waiting there on that one. Karen Reed's motions hasn't even started either, so that's another thing that's still not ongoing, and we just carry on waiting. So I don't know what else. Oh, sorry, I just pressed on a random video playing. I just want the video to play. No, I'm joking. So it's not even we could jump to the Karen Reed thing because it's not even live yet either. So we're just looking at things, looking at the feed, looking at the lovely chord feed. Oh, there is that stuff happening in the courts. There's actually 2 trials, I think, starting this week. One out of Florida and one out of Connecticut, and it's actually the same courtroom as the Michelle Draconis trials. I don't know if you guys were heard about that one. Oh, okay. All right. See you very soon. I hope the little dog is okay. Lois, I hope he's all right. The little dog, is okay. We're just waiting on any motions from the court. Anything happening? Right now, nothing is happening. It's yeah, definitely nothing is happening right now. Well, we are on that time where the judge is, I think, deciding on if he should let the defense come in or not. So we are just gonna have to wait until the second part that the judge has decided that if he would come in or not, um to come, because the defense carries on arguing. The defense continues saying that they wanted to come in. um oh, okay. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Louis. Oh, hopefully it will be quick and you'll be in and out and you'll be back in the warmth again very soon, and just, yeah, not out there in the cold. um I mean, I don't know, do you guys want to do some court hopping while we're waiting? Because I don't know how long we're going to be waiting. It could be, well, another, I would say it's going to be at least another hour, because we are half an hour behind the court. So there's not much updates anymore going on this trial. We are literally stuck on this, um stuck waiting for the judge to get some information. Let's do some court hop then. We gonna find a judge to court hop to. Ooh, let me see if Judge Fleischer is in, because then if he is in, we could just, where did I put? Um mm-mm-mm. That is not, where is George Fleischer thing? Um No, that's not it. I've got way too many bookmarks, and all my bookmarks are not organized. So I may have lost it. Oh no, please don't. Ah, found it. Huh. I was gonna say, did I lose? Just no. I have it. I need to organize my my thing. Oh, sorry, chat is moving. Oh yeah. I think Nightbot can sing it. I think for sure. I think I agree with it with that, Paula. So we're gonna watch Judge Fleischer, which it should be starting soon. While we wait for court.
Council for reset.
all later. What's the amount? Well, there's something I feel different of the short station. Always, inflation. So. Okay. She's here. What do you think of it? When I was. State said we are. No, red is. I don't know why it is. I think just what's there.
Yeah, it's just 2, 5, 6, 7. 1, 7.
Yeah, are you ready for an arraignment?
Yeah. I'm ready. Hey, you ready? Your Honor. Come on up, let's roll.
Hey,
Okay,
come on up.
are you here for Frank?
Yes,
Okay.
we work together, Your Honor.
So Hooper.
And Your Honor, we'll waive probable cause.
Okay. Anything aggravating?
No,
the case?
Your Honor.
Just standard FSGI? Mr. Hooper, you were charged with failure to stop and give information, which is leaving the scene of an accident without exchanging information. You were facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. You guys are waived for probable cause. So can you run his license, see if he has a Texas driver license?
It is eligible.
Okay, I am also ordering you not to drive without valid liability insurance in your name. If you do not have car insurance in your name, you are not allowed to drive. It is one of your bond conditions. Do you understand? Just, if I find that you do, I will revoke your bond, put you in jail, no more PR bonds. Likewise, if you pick up any more cases, it's just not going to go well for you. You have a lawyer, because you have one, I will waive your appearance so you don't have to waste your time coming to court, but you must stay in touch with counsel and they'll tell you when you have to come back to court. If they tell me they can't get a hold of you because you've gone AWOL or you're ducking and dodging, I'll issue a warrant for your arrest. You understand? All right, so I'll have you sign a receipt of Victoria while we take a seat, while we get your bond condition, let me sign it, and then you'll be free to go. All right? Thank you. Please. So no driving without a Texas driver license and liability insurance, please.
You'll sign in just a minute. Council, how is? Go ahead and sign for your instructor. All right, go ahead and have a seat in the jury box ready for the bottom. All right. I'm gonna give it to the clerks, but all of them to sign this bond conditions, and then you get one more copy of the case.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I do see here that you. I see it here, so. I mean, I can see it. Other people are not thinking that. I think
Francisco Garcia?
Yeah, everything's signed in there.
Yes.
Actually goes over the initiative online as you will say, and what you click here, which is you're not the coordinator, you're checking your experiment.
Saying, gosh, you guys was supposed to be, or the others just like, it's just, yes, it's the most recent, and there's nothing to off. No, I can put this on action. I mean, I sent this to you, so there's any change to sign. So let me know, yes, I don't want to forgive you. Mr. Justice. Go ahead and sign for the reset, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, the first one is gonna be a spin number,
Okay,
02
okay.
411920. So in her felony case, she ended up going to DDRP, but because she has the warrant in our court, there's kind of like a hold. So they're asking, what would we like to do about that?
I don't understand how there's no, why don't we have her? She's in custody now?
I'm honestly not sure. It just says that she entered DDRP on January 28th.
So she must be in custody. I mean, I don't understand how it's, if she's in custody, it's never been brought over. You should be addressing this.
Yes.
Can I put you the class number, Trey? 255-0584. It says in it. Yeah,
I just got the email.
that's okay. I mean, it shows inactive, but if she's in jail, then we should be having her here for arraignments and. Where is she? So she's,
It shows that,
I mean, I can't just, it's an open case.
Okay.
I
it's
can't,
nothing, it's just a two.
yeah, ours is a 2B.
Yeah.
Right, until she gets picked up, you know, and I don't understand why she's going to meet with these people.
Yeah.
She's on probation, they're not picking her up.
Okay.
I can't just, you know, until they pick her up,
Okay.
right?
Okay. Okay. And then the next one, this is the client that her TRS recommended through A. She says she's okay with going to A, but she's enrolled in school full time. She's working. Her cost number is 250-811-60. They just wanted the court to be aware that she's completed IOP. Yes, she's completed IOP. She's completed her victim impact demo, and she hasn't had any violations.
We've had a lot of issues.
Okay.
We've had a lot of issues with her where
Council for reset. Her DAC was really high too for the office. It was 0.357.
I know, it's really high tolerance, or there's something wrong with it, whatever the blood test, what was blood test, that's really.
It's really.
I mean, that's like,
If she ended up going to the hospital.
yeah, that's like you drink an entire bottle of vodka or something.
Oh, no, it's a blood draw, sorry.
Yeah, that's,
So it was even higher.
oh, no. So, all right, so what's the deal now?
She's gonna come Monday, so she can wait in custody to go to food A. But it was kind of like, is there a chance because she's done all of this? Okay.
With a 0.35?
I know, just don't have to ask.
I'm, you know, I'm gonna have a really hard time deviating from, because of all the issues that we've had lately.
Especially with the destiny.
You know?
Thank you. Council for reset. Did we let you know? Thank you. You got another job for you to come in. And nobody else on the job as well. I Okay.
So, I just said something on the chat. So on the feed that I'm watching, but be aware we are half an hour behind. So, he just left to decide, I think, for the second time about the motion. He just came back live. The judge has denied the motion of the defense. Once the jury gets in, we will be doing, the defense will be doing their opening statement. Good morning, Pink and Buzz. Thank you. Hello, good morning. How are you today? We are still waiting on court to start because this court is a half an hour behind, and there was some motions this morning that the defense wanted to deal with because of their case and everything. So we have just been waiting for the court to come in. We are literally half an hour away from court to start. Literally, the judge has come back in real life to the judge denied the motion and everything. So now we are just waiting on the feed to kind of catch up. So I'm still keeping my eye out on the feed. As soon as the feed kicks in, we'll come out. But I mean, so the tweets are coming in more regularly. So now the defense has to judge if Zachary Hughes decides to testify, will he be able to tell the jury while he analyzed Christina? So I think I'm gonna carry on talking because I think the tweets are gonna probably coming in a bit more regularly. I mean, because Judge Fletcher is not doing much at the moment, and I think I can talk for half an hour more. Are you guys? Do you want to hear me talk for half an hour more? I mean, I don't think no one will ever want that, but I mean, I can just, yeah, keep the this going and not talk for another half an hour. Am I through? Because like I don't know how like sporadic are the tweets gonna be as well. So let's just well, if you go back 2 hours, you probably will listen for me for about 2 hours. So, thank you very much for that, though, Big West. It's a pleasure. I do enjoy talking, but there is a point that like I finish, I don't have anything else really to say, and then I get awkward. I mean, you can ask me questions, you can ask me things, but our members video is going to be about that. So, but I don't mind asking questions, or if you wanna know anything about me or anything, if I'm comfortable enough obviously to share, I can say. But I think we're just gonna listen to Judge Fleischer, and then I'll come in and out if need to be, if we're not back in court again.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I can give you another setting at that point if you want to set up a trial, you know. The old one, it's time. I mean, it's 200 days. I don't want to just hold it just for the sake of holding it. So
So today I was expecting to either know dismissal or trial, but so
it's up to you, whatever you want.
why don't we reset it a week if that works, just to see what happens with this felony bond and if they can hear back, and then if it's not dismissed, we'll set up a trial.
Yeah, I do see a note here from Felony that says that if he takes TDC time on the felony, which is the current offer right now, that will dismiss this case.
Yeah, I doubt he's gonna just probably take that though, you know.
I don't think he's taking that, yeah. We know, yeah, you know what.
In your honor, it is the same, I don't know if it is the same complaint, so I think.
Yep.
Obviously that. Puts us in someone parts spots and felony.
Right, so that's why, you know, if he sets it, it's probably, yeah.
I will be on the horn with felony today.
Okay, man.
All right, that was good, thanks.
Every day you want.
All right, thank you.
Judge, could you please sign the conditions right here when you get a chance? For Walker? It's the transfer order. Thank you.
All right, coming at you with a new update from court. So, the latest tweet says, where is it? Judge will not allow Zachary Hughes to tell the jury why he did what he did regarding the essay or anything materials. Judge says he's limiting the defense of others' defense. So, Zach cannot touch. If he testify, he will not be able to talk about it, about the motive that he had to unalive Christina. So I think he should not testify at all. So that's my in their case. And if he's convicted, I am sure that they're gonna appeal because of that reason. 100% agree. So yeah, that is going to be interesting. So to see what is the next update from the court. So far the judge is denying everything that they are literally saying. Again, there's another tweet. So I think like the judge is following the South Carolina law and everything, so it's not up to him. But the jury might feel different when to get out. I mean, I think that's going to be exactly what happened, for example, on the what's his face Colin Griffith trial. That probably the jury was not happy finding out that the kid already had unalived the dad, and now he was on trial to unalive the mom. And this case might be the exactly same thing. So so now, oh my days, this is keeps going, this trial today. So now again, when court is live, we are on a break in court because now Zachary and his attorneys are huddling, maybe to discuss about the fact if he takes the stand or not. Hello, Toxic. Hello, welcome back, honey. So update is judges denied all the motions from the defense to get the child a in or the essay or whatever a in. Judge saying if Zach wants to testify, that's not going to be allowed in. So check Discord. I put Discord on the chat. There's a big massive drop of court documents of on this trial right there right now, happening now, because they are coming in hot. But so judge has denied everything across the board. If Zachary Hughes decides to testify, he is not going to be allowed to talk about the why he did what he did, and regarding the child's or the essay thing is not going to be allowed to talk about. So now again, court is on a break because Zachary is huddling with his attorneys to decide yet again if he's going to testify or not, because apparently he had agreed, yes, I want to testify, but apparently now because of all of this he doesn't want to testify, which is understandable because probably doesn't have anything else to say. That's his whole defense. So this case might be going to the jury hands tomorrow, for all we know, because that's where it stands right now. Because if defense doesn't have a case, we're gonna go straight to closings. I mean, I think defense is gonna do an opening, but all the defense case was on this, so they cannot do the openings. I don't think so, because what they're gonna say. So I don't think they are gonna do anything. Closings is gonna be. It is a rather interesting case because he has to put some kind of defense. What kind of defense can he put now? He literally, all these witnesses that he had lined up for this case are gone with the wind. AM cannot testify. What she can testify? She can testify that the mom wasn't alive. She doesn't have a mom anymore, sadly, and she can't testify about the essay or anything. John Mello can testify about the fact that he was in Italy at the time of the unaliving and the connection that he had with Zach, and then they can establish the connection between about the custody battle. But then, and Zach can testify about the fact that he can say again that he unalived Christina. So I don't think the defense has a case at all now. I think this is going to be it for defense. So we get back to waiting on more, and we're going to go back to Judge Fletcher. I mean, by the time the jury actually comes in, it's going to be lunchtime. That's what's going to happen. I mean, I think they are going to be sending the jury soon to lunch, and that's what's going to happen. So I think I'm going to say tonight, but maybe to start doing food now because we don't know what's happening, and we'll just wait and see what's going on, because pretty soon, in about 20 minutes, it's going to be 12 o'clock in South Carolina, 12 p.m. So that's going to be lunchtime. And then it's an hour again for lunchtime, which is going to be an hour and a half again because we are and half an hour delay. So I mean, you might only come back in the afternoon, people. So I'm going to put church flight on. If anything moves, anything happens, I'll come back on again.
That's fine. All right, let's see, shoot. Operation.
Well, how's it going to be after?
So she's not. She's not.
Yeah. All right, you want to call them on the Sunday?
So the one thing I told her too was like, she was at a restaurant and she was in on the channel, like, oh, they're fine, we'll put it in my hand. She never left that day, she got a lunch. And she was in the car, accident, and she just. Passed out, like, she never from that spot. Additionally, it's the HRI. Really
Because I am so.
did what we want people to do.
Hey, Abigail? Yes. Absolutely. Sarah? Okay. She just stayed. Jesus.
I said, I see what you're saying.
The only reason I'm like slightly impatient.
I know.
I haven't actually did. I kind of reached. She was.
Doesn't think of us. Operation.
If I may get to a job. And that's changing girls like. Your obligation to also planetary.
I can. And also,
And also, if you watch it, you're, I think that you feel really presents better than the opposite. And I was thinking, they could, he's in custody right now, we could do like to undated.
Here's the latest. Or she has. But that's. We're good with this. Yeah.
I, okay, great. I read through it.
Whichever was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you give her, that's what I was.
She would have signed it with the clerk, which I believe she did. I'm not sure. Let me see. Okay, are you done with Erica Rand?
She might be her Boston child. But I have. She's still. Yeah, no, she's. They're her education. So what people don't.
Yes.
Are you raised?
Yes.
Yeah. I always get him, always.
Yes, she needs a copy. Very good.
Council for reset? Yeah, I watched the video on this one.
I'm ready.
It's usually, so I'm gonna make a motion. It's the only one to take home for the, I got on the here. It's sort of like, I don't know, it's
It was good. If you're shocked to it, it was like. But then you watch it, just like, I think that was just like just a safe space, so.
Could be the difference.
And then they said like, he was here, well, they kind of said, what about the newer, he wasn't like in there, it was just kind of like.
So I'm gonna show you guys the new painting from Nightbot. Look at that, so detailed, so cool. Look at that. That is amazing. That is very, very cool, Nightbot. He is very good. I'm sure he took like forever. It's like if you guys could see, you can even see like the little face of the person. Look at that detail. That is awesome. That is so very cool, Nightbot. Here, because there's updates from court actually, because I got some tweet, which is good. So, oh my days, are you kidding me? So, judge is back on the bench. The jury is being brought in. Fit should go live in about 30 minutes. So, 12:15 p.m. in South Carolina time, we should get back in, and we probably will be going into lunch break straight away. I don't know what's gonna happen. So we only have half an hour more to go. This case is wild. They don't say anything about if she's probably gonna know about the decision if Zach is gonna testify or not. So about 5:15 p.m. in UK time and 12:15 Eastern time, court should start with almost a 3-hour delay. Well, on our side and their side, about the same. I don't know. Time confuses me. I don't know, about the same time because we've been live since technically court started, but yeah. So now we are just gonna wait for more updates. We're just gonna carry on watching the flight show, and then we'll come back to court. This is crazy. So it's absolutely insane the fact that court has to be done like this. I don't understand the delay anyway, but let's carry on. I would just hope that Flight Show would actually do some cases, please.
No, this one's not right. Hey, send you down to the comparison one, evaluation.
I'm sure so. Maybe try to, but I don't.
And there's three points of check-in when you do a mental health PTI. The first is within 10 days. Yeah. To learn whether or not they showed an assessment. The second check-in is 35 days. And where we see if they're stable and not causing any trouble. So there's no new law violations, anything like that. And then they dismiss there, regardless of whether they've engaged or not failure. If they're still having issues, we will be open to keep them connected to services. At that point, they finalize in 80 days. I'm really just a stage. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of issues. There's that. You know, what I was triggering then she is not wrong. Probably will make it. I mean, it's just something that's so better up to so actually, bottom of the page, Holly. She's
Andrew Reyes, come up. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Do you have a lawyer? How old are you?
19.
Did you apply for an appointed lawyer?
Yeah, I tried to, but he hasn't answered. Like, he hasn't called me back.
You don't have a lawyer?
No, I don't.
Do you want to apply for a
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I can give you an application. You mind? And then we'll see whether you qualify. I'm going to appoint your lawyer today. So but don't leave until we have you talk to someone. But I still need you to fill it out, okay? Please.
Go ahead and decide to figure reset, please.
Hi, good morning, Judge. May I
Hi.
approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'm here to introduce to you one of my interns.
Oh, my days, guys. So Zach Hughes, out of the trial that we are following and waiting for, he will testify. Huh? He said he will testify. So apparently, but nothing of the child thing can come in. I think they are gonna cause a mistrial. I think they are gonna they are working on a mistrial. Like, I'm not gonna lie, he is gonna testify. He just someone that is inside of the courtroom said that Zach will testify. So, what possible defense thing that he can come up with on short notice with about this? It's just crazy. How? What? Because nothing, like, the only thing he can say is that, what can he say? I analyzed her. I can't tell you why. What? Oh, I want to be here. Please be not the time that I am gonna be in bed sleeping because I have to work in the morning. What? Like, I just don't understand. What is he gonna say? Like, when he testifies. Sorry, I did put my phone charging, but I need to take it out from charging. It will survive. Okay, so apparently defense is doing their opening statements right now. We'll be able to listen to that when the feed kicks in. So defense tells the jury that Zach will tell them why he unalived Christina Parcell. But he can't. He can't. By orders of the court, he cannot say why. Oh my days, they're gonna cause a mistrial. There's only It's the only reason. Why would you testify, right? When you can't say anything um of the why you unalived someone. I just don't understand. Don't get it. And now the defense says that they're gonna know why Zach unalived Christina. Well, the why, we know the why. The jury doesn't know the why until the trial is finished. But are you gonna tell them the why? I so wanna watch this opening. Um, I so wanna watch. We still have about 20 minutes to wait until we can watch this opening, and oh, I cannot wait to watch it. I'm on the edge of my seat, literally, because I want it. Because the thing is, I don't know if he's gonna testify straight away, and is it gonna be the only defense witness? Does the defense has any more witnesses? Are they gonna go to lunch after the openings? Because that's absolutely crazy, because they literally just had the whole morning off almost, and now they go in, listen to the openings, they go on and lunch for an hour, come back and have the afternoon. But that doesn't make sense. They just wasted so much time on this. I know it is things that needs to be done. I get it. It's completely understandable. It's things that needs to be resolved and done, and the judge sometimes needs to phone a friend to help with decisions. But it's just wild. So Zach is gonna testify, but about what? He's gonna admit in plain court that he unalived Christina, but he can't tell you why. That is just crazy. Oh my days! I want to see this so bad. Well, we'll go back to flight show until we can go back.
Waive extradition future if you ever take off and abscond from the jurisdiction that you were in. Here, it appears that this has happened. We have now arrested you here. There's a warrant out of Maricopa County, Arizona. You have waived extradition by virtue of you signing this agreement here. What that means is that it gives them a little bit of extra time to get Arizona to come here to pick you up, to take you back to Arizona. Do you understand? See?
Yes.
So we will set this case now. Did you say for the 21st? March 10th is when we will set this in hopes that they will be here by that time to come pick you up and take you back to Arizona. Do you have any questions?
Una pregunta.
En marzo 10, que ellos tienen para ir a traerme o
March 10 is gonna be the
continúo
day.
esperando yo
They're
aquí.
gonna be the day
No,
they're
they
gonna
have up until that day to come
tienen
get you.
hasta esa fecha para venir a recoger.
Y si no vienen a traerme,
And
That's just the day after the extension. It's not the whole 30 days. I can calculate that right now.
Okay, well, what day do you expect? Do you know what day they're gonna come?
They likely have to know on the 7th.
March 7th. It looks like they're going to be here March 7th to
I
come
have a
pick you up.
question. If they don't come, what's gonna happen?
If they don't come by they have up to 30 days to come get you.
Para venir.
If they don't come get you by that 30-day
La fecha de 30 días.
time limit, Harris County releases you.
Entonces ellos te van a soltar.
que viene siendo un día 10.
That's gonna be the 10.
Right, the 30 days is it the 10th? Well, they're gonna calculate that, but you need to understand, you need to understand, even if on the offset chance that Harris County releases you because they never come pick you up, that warrant will always remain in effect. So even if you walk out, if they file another document, they can rearrest you right on the spot and put you right back into jail. that warrant will always remain out and in effect until you go back to Arizona and take care of it.
Regresé a Arizona y tomes cuenta en Arizona.
Es que de hecho yo lo que quiero es regresar lo más pronto posible.
Well, really, what I want is to go back as soon as possible because I have my family over there.
DAs are in contact with Arizona to try to get them get you so that you can go resolve it. So that's what we're trying to do at this point.
For the 30th day would be the 16th, so the recent feels like which is
Okay, entonces el 16 va a ser, el 17, hasta esa fecha van a tener. Ellos van a venir a recoger.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Good luck, Mr. Lewis.
Good suerte.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Jim.
Judge, Sean Jefferson, I was appointed him while he was in the Fort Bend County Jail. Do you want to, if you're supposed to be here today for arraignment, do you want to roll him a week for bond forfeiture? I'll see if I can find a number to contact him on his paperwork or.
Did he know that he's supposed to be here?
I've been told that he's notified by, I guess by letter.
It's an out-of-county bond, so you don't.
Oh, he posted an out-of-county. No, he's supposed to be here today. Right? He posted a bond.
Notified by his bail bondsman.
Yeah, I mean, when they post bond, they give him the,
Right.
the date, so he knows he's supposed to be.
We can't roll it a week and I'll see if I can try to find him.
No, he's supposed to be here
Okay.
today. It's an arraignment day.
Yes, Judge.
Just like everybody else.
Yes.
If it was where you have already been in contact with them and then there were issues, you've been representing him for a while, but this is.
I've never spoken to him, Judge.
Right. No, and he knows he's supposed to be here, so.
Yes, Judge.
2501. Hi, Tim. Come on up. Good morning.
Diaz on your docket.
Okay.
Francito or Francito Diaz.
I see.
The case is from July of last year. We're about ready to set it for a trial. I understand that there are new prosecutors on the case.
Today was clear trial day. If you want to give it a couple days to see if they want to eval it, we can.
Sure.
Today's Tuesday, roll it maybe to the end of the week to see.
That's fair.
Um,
From my point of view, I'm ready, but obviously I want to sandbag the new folks. So I'm good with the end of the week if the court is good with that.
So let's roll it to like Thursday.
Understood.
You okay within, can you get that done? Okay, let's roll it to Thursday. I'll waive the appearance. But your client's ready in the event that they don't, you're ready to set it.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's okay with it.
Yes, sir. He's ready for trial.
Yeah, just roll it to Thursday and let's see what they say.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Council for reset.
So another update from court, guys. So do you guys remember a little bit ago I said that they're gonna do their openings, they're gonna go to court to lunch, and then with testimony gonna start in the afternoon. Well, I should play in a lottery because that's exactly what is happening. So literally they are breaking up for lunch now, so at 12 p.m. So they are going to be back at 1:30, which is an hour and a half from now, but not from now on live in person if you are in the courtroom. But because we are going to be on stream, we're still going to wait for the 1/4 of the hour of 12 p.m. We're going to listen to a half an hour of the openings, the quality, so that will be 12:45. So that will mean that we're gonna be back live about an hour and a half from there. That is half an hour, that's 11. That'll be about 2:15 p.m. Eastern that we are gonna start. UK time is going to be about 5, that's 12, 6, 1, 7:15. 7:15 UK time when we have witnesses, and 2:15 p.m. Eastern. So we still waiting. We still gonna be waiting for the openings and whatever happened for the openings from the defense that happened this morning, and then we are gonna do the break for the lunch. What am I gonna do is oh, hang on. There's a new link for the feed, so oh. Hang on. Let me just catch that. Let me go just get the correct feed because I think they deleted the other one. There we go. We are back. Don't have any. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna watch the court, the flight chat until we are on there, and then on lunch break I'll put something while we all eat and everything, and then at 2:15 p.m. Eastern we're gonna come back for the day so we can finally start the day of testimony, and hopefully Zach will be the first one because I really want to listen to Zach's testimony. I don't want to be the one in bed and listen to it because at 4 p.m. Eastern, Nightbot will take over the stream, and because it's weekday, we all know what happens on weekday, and 4 p.m. Eastern, because it will be 9 p.m. for me, I need to go to bed because of work in the morning. But I'm gonna stop talking and play this because we're gonna get back.
Be patient, because I think that he, like him and Mr. D just didn't get along, and Mr. D just wanted to get him evaled, and Mr. Malborough just wasn't having it, didn't want to do it, just has this one idea of a federal state. Do you mind joining me so we don't ex parte, please? We're talking about Mr. Malborough from yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Every time he comes here, he's talking about some kind of federal civil rights. It's a case or it's a deal. It's something that has to do with his federal rights. It's not a sovereign citizen situation, but he's really hung up on this one federal. I don't know if it's ideology. I don't know. I couldn't.
From what I understood is that he's saying he's disabled and that competency is infringing. I didn't really follow it.
I don't think there's an issue of competency because I think he knows right and wrong, right? So just be patient. And is discovery complete? The case is not old. It's only 64 days, so you have plenty of time.
Discovery is complete.
Okay, so do you mind, I guess, sharing everything, releasing it, and then
There's an offer as well.
so what we'll do is we'll set it 30 days, appearance required at the next setting, so that we could all get on the same page. And then if you could relay some offers as well. And then, yeah, I guess that's basically.
So our question was basically, are we foregoing the county battle?
He didn't want to do it. You can lead a horse to water, right?
We're on that track because I didn't.
So, and right, new lawyer, new thing, right? That was with Mr. D. You give it a look, you do what you think is right. And then if you want to, if you don't, I guess just let me know.
Sounds good, Judge. Will do. All right. 30 days? Yes. Somehow.
This is a substitution.
All right.
Hey, Judge. Judge, I'm approaching on Elijah Nichols. This is a PTI case. It's all done, but the state right now can't dismiss PTI cases. Apparently they changed the dismissal form and they took out the PTI option, so they're working on.
What?
So this was an issue so this was an issue we had yesterday, Your Honor, as well, where they changed the dismissal options over the weekend to not include custom, which is normally how we would dismiss those PTI cases through custom to the FBI. That was taken away. Bernadette, our deputy chief, knows about this. I actually spoke with her this morning to say, hey, what do we do? My orders are to hold until we have an answer. I have a running list of those cases that need to be dismissed. I know yesterday I spoke.
But I mean, the agreement's been completed.
Your Honor, I agree. I'm just having to communicate what I've been told by my office.
Do you know how long? Because I mean, the problem is that they're on bond. They have to comply with bonding companies, and bonding companies can be really arduous with their.
I
I guess can we roll it just a couple days to see, maybe like till Thursday?
All right, I've been told.
Oh, Thursday's fine too.
I've been told we should have an answer today.
Okay.
Yes, tomorrow, but I will.
I guess let's roll it to Thursday just to give you guys enough time, and then hopefully get an answer by then.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, right. Sure.
That's never done.
Just what messed up. It's what I'm best at. It's what I'm best at. That was over my city. I am taken. We're in the Bible, I built this city.
In fact,
Yes.
but
No, I didn't. I refrained from doing so. I got close though.
Started with the scan, such a that, and that's.
You got a copy for yourself.
Yeah.
I think if the judge had enough and said, I'm going away, to be fair, don't blame him. Because this morning has been a bit of a slow morning, guys. Not gonna lie, it's been very, very hard morning of court because there's not much happening. Well, I chose the wrong court because, to be fair, I did pop into checking at the court, right? And it was nothing happening either on that one. So, and our trial is not here yet. Our trial has not started. It's gonna start in about 5 minutes. Excuse me. So, yeah, as like I've got already something lined up for the lunch hour, for the lunchtime. But we can't go yet because there's like testimony to go through before we can actually start. I mean, unless you guys want to do the break now, and we can catch up on everything after. And then we can just get breaks and boring parts, and we don't have to wait for 3 hours for court to start. I mean, it's been one of those mornings. Oh, I think the guy. No, not, oh, nothing is happening. It's dead quiet because I mean the judge is not even in there. I did turn off the because it's just like people talking in the background. The judge is not in there on the bench or anything, so there is the feed is not up yet. Well, the feed is up, but nothing is happening. So I think we still have about 5 minutes to go through. So we know. What do we know now? We know that the judges denied all the defense motions for I don't think it is really judgmental of acquittal because it's more the fact that they had their own defense case to put, but the judge denied that because of they wanted to bring the essay part and the child's a thing in, and the judge denied that. But because they had John Mello, AM, that's the daughter of John Mello, and Christina, and Zachary to testify about that, and then somebody else from Utah. But now that that has been denied, I don't know if Zachary will like. Well, we know that Zachary is going to be testifying because that's already happening, and but we don't know. We don't know if John Mello and AM will be testifying because this changes the whole thing. He cannot talk about it. Because the defense opening apparently that we're going to listen to it says that we will hear the reason why Zach did what he did, but he can't say it because it's been denied.
This is on Adrena Taylor. We reset her from Thursday to today, so the last chief could take a look. I know, here we are. I was telling him, I'm always okay with them taking a little time, but this one, I've literally gone from chief to chief to chief, so I think it's just time to set it.
Okay. I mean, you guys, you need to make this decision, whatever is best for you, right? So
We're comfortable setting it. I think if something changes, then obviously we're gonna do it well in advance.
Are you still gonna talk to?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. So,
I just don't want me setting it for trial to take away your thorough evaluation.
no, and it's not. We're comfortable setting it for trial today, Your Honor. Our discovery's done.
and it's old, it's already 207. So, you know, a lot of times things can, so no PTI, don't want to do PTI? Okay.
We have all.
Some.
All right, guys, judges on the bench. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, Zach is wearing a different suit today. Yeah, he does has the suit. So, well, sound has not kicked in, so don't worry. It's not me, is it? No. So, here we go. Court is back. Court is starting after 3 hours of waiting. We are finally here. It's gonna be very quick and dry. Morning part, but we are here for it no matter what, so it is going to be good. My food should be ready soon as well, so if I go off camera, it's just because food is here. I can hear the clinking, but I'll leave this up and I'll be in chat anyway. So here we go. I think any minute now, we might be up and running, and the long wait as over finally. And then we're gonna have to wait more during the lunchtime, but that's fine. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that y'all had a nice rest and break. As I've indicated before, I do need to ask you, has anyone seen anything on news, done any kind of investigation, found out anything about this case? Okay. No one from the jury has indicated they have done such. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's our turn. Mr. Moore and I have been waiting for a long while to be at this point. I was going to say it's been a week, but it's been longer than a week. It's been years. Our client, Zach Hughes, has been waiting for a lot longer than that. He's been waiting over 3 years, some 3 years and 3 months. As Mr. Mormon told you at the outset of this case, we are honored and privileged to be representing Zach. You're going to hear about Zach in the next day or two. You're going to hear that he's a very gifted and accomplished young man. He is 32 years old now. He was 29 when this happened. He's from a wonderful family. You've probably seen them seated back here in the courtroom throughout this trial so far. You're going to hear a little bit about his life. He was born in California. When he was still a boy, his parents took Zach and his brother, moved him to southwestern Virginia, where they moved into a small farm, and then they took on 5 orphan children who lived there with them. And you can hear that Zach was homeschooled. He learned the value of hard work and discipline as he grew up around the family farm. He helped his young siblings. His family moved to Greenville when Zach was a teenager. In Greenville, he finished high school, being homeschooled still. And you'll hear that his hard work and his discipline paid off, and he was accepted into a very fine college with scholarships. He went on where he studied music, and he won piano competitions. His emphasis was on piano performance. As an adult, Zach has had an accomplished career performing classical music and even recording classical music. So this is the time now for our case and for Zach to testify. But understand, ladies and gentlemen, that we have no obligation under the law or the Constitution to be doing this. This case actually could be over when the state rested. The state has the burden of proof of proving this case in every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. We would not have to put up anybody. Zach wouldn't have to testify. Wouldn't have to put up any witnesses. In fact, if Zach were not here, his honor would instruct you that you couldn't use that against him. But we are going to do so. And Zach is going to testify because Zach has been waiting for this opportunity to tell a group of people like you what really happened, which is that he took the life of Christina Parcell. And crucially, he's been waiting and wanting to tell you why. Now, the why to a case like this is very important because it goes to the heart of the matter, and that is malice. Okay, malice is what makes a homicide a murder. And we heard from that from the prosecution's opening, as you recall. The prosecution said that Zach was mad. They said he had an angry heart, that he wanted to inject himself into this custody dispute of somebody he knew. But that's not why it happened. And that is not what you were going to hear about why this happened. Now, as we turn to our case now, it's important to realize that we could have handled this case extremely differently. Okay, we could have attacked the sufficiency of the state's case. We could have brought in an expert to talk about the DNA. Okay, we didn't do that. We could have challenged the identification evidence. And I want you to consider the professional from law enforcement, from the state law enforcement division, who testified about the enhancement that they did on the videos and the photographs, and how they were able to use this fancy technology to enhance and to account for the differences between sunlight and shadow and the distance. And after all of that, and after all of the technical work that was done, the conclusion was that the guy on the bicycle was 6'5", a big guy like him. Well, as you probably noticed, and as you will see, Zach is shorter than I am. On a good day, I'm 10 foot. I'm 6 foot, 5 foot 10 inches. Okay, he's shorter than I am. Consider the other professional. There's one who spent a great deal of time looking at the enhancement of the person on the bicycle. And after all that time, what was that conclusion? That this person had a beard, it has to be a man. And they enlarged it and they used again all of that technical information to take a look at it. This guy had a beard. This is before they had any suspects. Well, what do we know about Zach and what we learned about Zach? He was clean shaven. We know that from a couple of days prior, and we know that from a couple of days after. We could have attacked that. We could have attacked the identification from the neighbor. As you remember, a neighbor, after 3 years, came into court. And all of a sudden, after 3 years, was able to identify the man whose picture had been on television for the past 3 years. Had never told anybody even that she could identify somebody. And this was somewhere between 8 and 8:15 in the morning. And what you're going to find, ladies and gentlemen, is that couldn't have happened because the person on that bicycle was not even in that neighborhood for at least an hour to an hour and 15 minutes later. But we didn't attack that. We could have done that, and we could have made mountains of objections throughout this trial. And as you heard, we made very few, and we did not do it. And why is that? Because Zach wants to take the stand and tell you what happened. Now, the prosecution has told you that they will prove this malice in this case by showing you that Zach was mad, that he was angry. And malice is a key part of this case because malice is the very essence of the definition of murder. Okay, so what is murder? Murder is the killing of somebody with malice aforethought. And what is malice? The prosecution told you it's anger, that is madness, and that is a component of it. The definition, though, it is the killing of a person without just cause or excuse, the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. And I want you to think about those words, that definition, as you listen to the testimony that you're about to hear in this case. The why to the homicide is very important because it gives insight into the person's heart. In this case, you were going to hear that the why was not jealousy or greed or a crime of passion or some other emotion. You're going to hear that Zach did not act like an angry heart like the prosecutor conjectured. You're going to hear that this was not done for money or any other personal gain or benefit, not to help out any kind of friend. You're going to hear that this was done for a just cause. And that's not malice, and that's not murder. Thank you.
And that was the opening of the defense. I find it rather interesting that he kept saying it did not make sense in my opinion. Because he was talking us like he's gonna testify and he's gonna tell you why, but he can't tell you why. So I wonder exactly what is he gonna say. And he tried to disprove a bunch of the evidence that was going on. I don't know if they're gonna bring their own experts, or if Zach it's gonna be the only witness. At this point, the game is open to, I don't know, whatever. So the thing is, oh, I don't know. As in the beginning, he said you're gonna hear from Zach in a day or two. I think they thought that the other witnesses was gonna go first and he was gonna go last. But now, if Zach is the only witness, I don't know. His opening was good, but it was a little bit confusing. I think so. I don't know what to think about it. I think I need to digest it over food that is coming. Oh, is already here, but because they are on talking, that's why just talking now because they are on the sidebar. And I don't know, it's just very, very weird, this whole situation, this whole thing. Oh, they might be back.
this is, just making a phone call, that'd be great. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna send you back to the jury room, for a moment, and then I will be back with you. I really wanna also thank you just for your patience. We've had a lot of legal issues that I've had to take up with the attorneys, okay? So I will be back with you shortly.
And back to break we go. This is gonna be the on and off, on and off, on and on trial again. So at this point in time, I know that they were saying what's happening with the witnesses, but I know they are gonna come back shortly, I think, and saying that they're gonna go on lunch break. So because that's pretty much it. There hasn't been any more motives. So um if you guys have to go on lunch break, you go on lunch break. We'll swap eventually this to the court hopping, to the parole hearing for our lunch break, so we can keep the feet on, and while we are having a bit of a comfort break and everything. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'll swap soon whenever there's more movement after the judge says that they're gonna go for lunch break.
Okay, welcome back. I would have kept you in here if I knew I was gonna get my answer so quickly. It is 12 o'clock. I'm gonna ask that y'all return at 1:30. We're gonna take a break, enjoy your lunch, and then we will pick up at that point. Again, I remind you of everything that I've punished you about before, and do not begin any deliberations or discussions about this case, okay? We'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
All right, so that's it for the morning part of the court. That was a very quick and brief portion of the court, which we literally had the opening statements. So Fit is gonna disappear. I'm gonna put some parole hearings on, so we can watch throughout the break, and we are gonna have our lunch. I hope everyone enjoys your food, and I'll see you very soon.
Let everybody know. Yeah, I guess I'll send out an email. And,
Okay, good morning. The time is 9:05. The date is November the 12th, 2024. We, as a board here, are convening in Baton Rouge at headquarters. And the first, or I think maybe all of our cases, but the first case for sure is going to be at David Wade. On my left on the board today is Jerry Ledoux, and on my right is Danny Barris, and my name is Steve Prater. I'm the acting chairman today. We have staff here present with us. If y'all would introduce yourselves.
Jason Thompson. Carla Williams.
Francis Abbott. Okay, thank you for that. That's the staff that's here in Baton Rouge with us. And we have a number of people for this first hearing, but before we get into who that is, we're going to be going to David Wade. And so would the warden, would you introduce yourself and the staff there that's with you?
yes, sir. Good morning. Michelle Dozat, warden. Brenda Ackland, deputy warden.
Kristen Harper, classification.
And Henshaw classification. Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. And so the first case that we're going to be hearing today is David Opperman. And I see Mr. Opperman, I believe that's you. Is that you with the warden there?
Yes, sir.
And you have a piece of paper with you. Okay, we don't need to identify who you are, but what is do you know your DLC number?
Yes, sir. Mr. Prater, it's 771-315.
Okay, all right. And so we have a number of people, and I'll read their names quickly, and we'll talk about who's going to speak and all that in a minute. We have a number of people here that are in favor of you getting your parole, and then we have some that are in opposition. So these are the ones, just so that you'll know who is here, even if, I don't know if you can see them or not, but these are the folks that are in favor, and they are Jennifer Cameron, pardon me if I screw these names up, because I will, LaQuellen Bristow, Audrey Ferguson, Jane Opperman, Cynthia Hildebrandt, Diane Tate, Andrea Grafey. No, that's wrong. How do you say that? Is that right?
Andrew Grisette.
Okay. All right. Jean Woodside and Virginia Willis. And those that are speaking against are Emma Acorn and Jeff Traylor with the Attorney General's office. And so we'll get into them speaking on behalf and such as that. But the case today has been assigned to Danny Barris, who is to my right here, and he's going to be the one that's going to be taking the initial lead and in asking all the appropriate questions. And just so you know, and just for the edification of everybody that's here, we are presented these cases weeks before, and so we have read all the offense reports and all the everything. So this isn't just a willy-nilly deal. We're very familiar with the cases before today. We just have questions that we might want to ask today, or things that we want to hear. So, having said that, Mr. Barris, would you go ahead and start out the question?
Yes, sir. Basically, the standard question for everybody is, what have you done to get yourself here? And what have you done to improve since you've been incarcerated? And why do you think we should be releasing you early today? So, it's a three-part question, but it's a standard.
Well, if I might answer the last question first, that's what I have here before me, if I may.
That's fine.
And I hope you'll pardon me, Mr. Barris. This is an important moment. So I've written this, and I hope you'll forgive my reading it.
No problem.
Thank you, sir. So the answer to that question, why should the board consider me for parole? My answer to that is because I'm not the same man I was 2 decades ago when I committed my criminal conduct. Back then, it was 20 plus years ago, I was living a life of pride, and I valued my career and social advancement and material things above everything else in my life. And my life began to change in 2001 when I met and married my wife, Jane, who's there with you. And it was through her resolute sense of morality, her strength of character, and her leading example, she sparked the change in me that eliminated my conceit and led me to a faithful life of service to others. I've done a lot of reading and reflecting since I've been here, and I've read recently from St. Augustine that the Lord teaches us through sorrow and wounds us to heal us. And over these past 2 decades, I've been wounded with sorrow, guilt, remorse, and self-loathing so deeply that I lack human words enough to express how sorry I am for all the suffering that I have caused. And I say to anyone and everyone I have harmed, directly or indirectly, that the vice of pride that once fueled my life is dead in me and has been replaced with a devotion to making amends and to serving others in any and every way. I'm in my 3rd year of a 5-year sentence, and this will be my only opportunity for parole. I've ignored the advice of men here who've told me that I should just do my time and not work or take any classes. The reentry and risk management classes required for parole normally take 3 years to complete. I finished them in less than a year so that I could be here, present, and ready for this moment. On top of that, I've worked every day since I've arrived at the honor dorm here at David Wade. I've not broken any disciplinary rules. I've not been idle with my spare time. I've read, I've reflected and meditated in prayer constantly. I tutor men in math and adult literacy and law. I have a space in the hobby shop that I use to make colored pencil drawings for Jane. I work the soundboard and sing harmony for one of the bands here, and I play on one of the softball teams. My risk level is low, and the transformation that has lasted in me over the past 2 decades makes me a risk to absolutely no one. If you grant me parole, you'll return me home to a life of support from my wife, my children, family, and friends in and beyond our community. I'll report to my parole and my subsequent probation officers, and I'll abide by every rule. I'll return to the same stable and obedient life that I had and have been living. I do ask that you grant me parole if that is God's will for me. And if it is His will that I remain here, then I'll accept that result with the same grace and thanksgiving. And I thank you. Now,
Okay. That was the last part of the question.
Yes, sir. The first parts you will have read in the offense reports and my pleas of guilty and no contest, and the sentence that I received in answer to what have I done since I've been here. My transformation, Mr. Barris, began years ago. So what I've done here is just to continue the same way of thinking and the same way of living that I had been doing before I got here. And that is to be a man of peace, mercy, faith, understanding, patience, love. So it's just been a continuation, I think, of how I believe, of how I've been living before.
Okay. All right. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Let's go ahead, before I call on Miss Jerry, let's go ahead and I want to hear from the speakers and everyone else, and then we'll wrap it up with the final questions if there are any. Took it a little bit differently that time. Okay, let's hear from Jennifer Cameron. Would you like to go first, or would Jane Opperman, or Andrea? Who would like to go first?
I'm his attorney, sir, so I'd like to go last. We'll let Ms. Jane go first, if that's all right.
That'd be great.
Just a moment.
It's Jane Opperman. I'm married to David. I'm a school teacher. I was raised by two educators.
Excuse me, ma'am. Let me interrupt you.
Probably can't hear you.
You probably can't. Let's see. Does the staff have any idea how we can you speak up or maybe?
You can come closer if you want. You can come stand right up.
I know you're nervous, but we don't bite.
I just don't have.
And I don't know how many people are watching on TV, but it doesn't make any difference. Go ahead.
I'll start over. My name is Jane Opperman. I'm married to David Opperman. I'm a school teacher. I was raised by two educators. My mother was a teacher. My father was superintendent of schools. We were raised with a very high moral code. I too have a high moral standard of living. We raised our three children that way. Andy, our oldest, is 30, Paul is 22, and Mary Jane is 20. David and I have been married for 23 years. Our marriage in the early years, it was rocky and difficult. David was not easy. He had an inflated ego. It kind of interfered with reciprocal obligation at home. We had financial struggles. It didn't help in the mix, but we were very committed and continued to work on our marriage throughout all those years. Our difficulties were private between us. Our children were not aware of that. Our home it's always been calm, peaceful, quiet. David has always been a very good, very involved father for all of our children. He practiced law. He was also a prosecutor, and he did all of these things with complete integrity. He's always treated people, regardless of position, with kindness and respect. He is sincere. He's a caring listener. He's kind, empathetic. He's always had a really soft spot for the less fortunate, those in need. During his career, he's helped numerous people, legal needs for no compensation. The removal from his removal has caused serious impact and adversity on our family. And obvious hardships are just the difficulties of running home alone, just the financial burden, the burdens placed on our children. I keep a really rigorous kind of nonstop pace. I teach school. I coach tennis for middle and high school, fall and spring. I have private weekly tennis lessons. I teach summer school, and Mary Jane and I bake cakes and sell cakes over the holidays. The harshest punishment for David has been the removal and the separation from me and our family, not to mention the daily degradation and privation of a prison setting. He's done his very best to endure this humble grace and humility. David is not, he's never has been a threat to me. He's used this time for complete transformation from a man who was suffering ego and pride to becoming the most humble man in utmost faith and Christian values. Our days on this earth are limited. Humbly asking the Lord to please have kind mercy and give David a second chance. To help him not have to spend another precious God-given day separated from us. Our children and our family are asking the Lord to please give us an opportunity to put our lives back together. No one we know can remotely know what it's going through. And no one can possibly, no one in the world can make him feel worse about poor decisions he made over 20 years ago. People make terrible mistakes in this world. We have forgiven him, we miss him, we need him home, and we welcome him home.
Good. Thank you for that. All right. All right, next we will hear from either Virginia Willis or Andrew. I've got the name right now. That,
Grisafi.
it was not my fault. It had Andrea something, but it's Andrew Grisafi.
Andrew Grisafi, yes, sir.
Grisafi, that's much better. Thank you. And sir, go ahead and state the case.
Thank you all for the opportunity to be here. Good morning, board members. My name is Andrew Grisafi. My wife Kelly and I, we have 5 children. We live in West Louisiana Parish for 19 years. I'm here today on behalf of my friend, David Opperman, and his wife, Jane. My wife and I have known Jane and David for over 10 years. David and I served on the West Louisiana Parish Board Commission together, and we volunteered at the school where Jane works, and our children have attended there. Jane has been the tennis coach for our girls for several years, which they love going out there every week. My wife and I have grown very close to the Oppermans over the years. The Oppermans have raised 3 hardworking, respectful children. They've all been a pleasure to be around. David has always been a voice of reason and understanding, whether serving on the full commission or in the community. David Opperman is an asset to his family, as evidenced through his children and through his marriage. He's an asset to our community, as evidenced by the many friends he has. Many of them you see here today, many of them are at home praying for him. David's family and community benefit tremendously if he's allowed to go home. My wife and I, as well as other families, are committed to helping he and Jane have a successful marriage and life when he returns home. I'd like to thank this board for allowing me a moment to speak on behalf of my friend David Opperman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate those words. Okay, next we will have Virginia Willis, who is a friend. Virginia, take it away.
I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of David Opperman and his family. I met David when I was I was 17. I grew up in St. Francisville and remember when he arrived. We became friends and got to meet Jane whenever they started dating and then fell in love and got married. My husband and I formed a deep family friendship with Jane and David. When our kids were very little, we had back-to-back kids the same ages. It was one of those perfect situations where our kids clicked and grew to become best friends. And we were actually able to say we loved and respected their best friend's parents. We had taken their kids on family vacations. Our daughter has gone on a yearly vacation with them since she's 7. There have been countless sleepovers between both houses. My kids love our home. I want you to imagine a sweet home in the country with gardens for fresh produce, a kitchen with a big golden chair where David would read. Our daughter's best friend and their daughter, Mary Jane, is like a second child to me. She's spent a lot of time at our house over the years. But after she got her license, she stopped spending the night as much. She would hang out right until bedtime with all the friends, and then she'd be so excited to go home so that she could wake up at their family home to see her very dating. Talking about coffee. The fact that she would explain this to me says something when a teenager wants to get home with their parents. It makes sense that their home was so peaceful. It's tangible, you can feel it. It makes sense if you know David and Jane's personalities. When I think of the fruits of the Spirit, I can honestly say that's David I know. Very peaceful, calm, sound mind. There were many times that Jane and David would have at least 3 of my children over at their house for homemade slipping slides or makeshift swimming pools, creek days, berry pickings, old-fashioned fun. It is still the norm with our girls, even in college when they come home, they jump back and forth between the houses today. We love this family and you can tell their family to us. We were shocked with allegations but never felt that our children were not safe around David.
I share so much with our kids because I think it says a lot about David's character that we would trust our most prized possessions with our family. We don't do that with everyone. It is hard to imagine that his kids would have to endure more milestones without their dad. I think of when Mary Jane was on homecoming court or when both kids graduated. He's an amazing father, always present with his full attention, teaching his kids honestly, even faithful to that calling while incarcerated on their valued phone calls. There's no doubt in my mind that David will make the absolute most of the opportunity for parole. That is who he is. He will continue to be a giving, caring friend, father, husband, as he has always been. The David I have known all of these years, in 20 years raising kids, is upstanding, kind, incredibly giving man. I didn't know the version of David that led to his incarceration. Never seen that. It feels foreign to me that there would be a different version of David that I have known all these years. We are a family strong in our Christian faith, and to watch David and Jane through this process leaning on Christ has been amazing. It has increased our faith, and it honestly still does. They took a situation that could have torn them apart, and they grew stronger in their faith as a family. If that is not an example enough of what they would do and what David would do with the opportunity of coming home, I don't know what is. We have never stopped loving the Oppermans and plan to support and love David in any way that we can. We plan to help him reintegrate into his life upon his return, and we really do consider it an honor.
Thank you for those words. Appreciate that. All right, now we will hear from Jennifer Cameron, the attorney for Mr. Hopper.
Good morning, honorable board members. My name is Jennifer Cameron. I'm honored to speak on behalf of Mr. Opperman this morning. As you can see, the community support of Mr. Opperman is just, it's so immense and it's so intense. They all, and everybody who is in support of him feels the lack of his presence in his community. Mr. Opperman, he has been reflecting on himself all the way back to high school. We had a very telling conversation just a couple of weeks ago where he told me that this situation has given him the ability to reflect on who that indulgent alcoholic man was 20 plus years ago. He goes back, he's reflecting on everything he's done throughout his entire life that might have been a transgression on people, and realizes exactly who he was and who he wants to continue to be, which is the man solid in his faith, solid in his marriage, an amazing father. Reports from the community just are immense. In fact, of all the parole packets that I've done and clemency packets, I've been in front of this honorable board several times over the last couple of years. He has gotten the most letters of support. And for a community that's so small like St. Francisville, to me, that tells of his character immensely. He has maximized his time in prison. As he said, he could have just sat back. 5 years is 5 years to most people. You know, the people he's incarcerated with are doing much longer periods of time. And their recommendations, as he said, was just to sit back and do it. But David didn't want to do that. He wanted to go home to his children and his beloved wife, Jane. I just asked this board to consider that David has been sober for over 18 years. He plans to continue that. He plans to get active in Alcoholics Anonymous again when he goes home. He has members of AA also wrote supporting letters for him. And I would just like to note that while David did note that he pled no contest to these charges, I would like to note that he does take responsibility for his actions. He knows that alcoholic indulgent man from 20-something years ago cannot resurface. Like that person, it was a completely different person. David was thrown into a situation where he all of a sudden had power and privilege that he had not grown up with, and it went to his head, and he acknowledges that. He knows that the actions that he was taking at that time hurt not just the complainants in this case, but the community at large and family. And he takes responsibility for that. David is an amazing father. Y'all have seen pictures of him in Boy Scouts with his children, coaching baseball with his children. His children, in fact, wrote some of the most compelling letters I think I've ever seen as well. So we just ask that this board take into account the fact that these allegations were so long ago, and he has done almost half of his sentence, and he would benefit to his community going home. I would also like the board to take into account the fact that David is, I don't want to say he's not elderly, he's just older, and he's starting to have some medical issues that they cannot figure out at David Wade, and we would really appreciate the opportunity to get him to some good doctors who could determine what's going on. He's actually already lost several teeth, and they can't figure out why. This incarceration is not serving David in any way anymore. He has done his time, and we would just appreciate the board giving him a chance to come home and get the medical attention he needs and be there for his children. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we will switch to the opposition. And first off, we'll hear from the victim, Miss Emma Acorn, or Hush. You're going to have to help me, being from North Louisiana. How do you say that last name?
Acorn.
Acorn? Okay, that's what I... Okay.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Emma Benton Acorn. Thank you for allowing me to share my concerns this morning. I'm here today to respectfully urge the board to deny parole for David Opperman, who committed a deeply harmful crime that has affected my life in profound ways. David Opperman inflicted pain and trauma that has stayed with me well beyond the time since the offense occurred. The impact of this crime has been lasting, affecting my mental and emotional well-being, my relationships, and my sense of safety. Additionally, this individual's horrific actions have profoundly affected how I parent my 3 young children, leading me to prioritize teaching protective measures from a very young age. I fear that allowing his parole would not only bring back feelings of insecurity and fear, but would also undermine the sense of justice that I have found, knowing that he is facing the consequences of his actions. He has a history of substance abuse, repeated sexual offenses against juveniles, and that absence of clear evidence of true remorse. In fact, excuse me, although he has community support, the Louisiana Supreme Court found him unremorseful and disbarred him. With a plea of no contest, he has not taken accountability for his actions, and all of these things raise significant concerns about his potential to reoffend. Please consider the enduring impact this crime has had on me and the ongoing need for justice and protection. For these reasons, I strongly ask that David Opperman remain in custody and that his parole be denied. Thank you.
Dr. Acorn, thank you very much. Appreciate those words. And now we'll close this out with Mr. Jeff Traylor, the Louisiana representative from the Louisiana Attorney's office. Yes, you can speak right there where you are.
I'll make comments.
Mr. Bowers asked the first question of Mr. Opperman, what did you do to get here? I can understand why he wouldn't want to say exactly in detail. I will. Emma was 13 years old. She was babysitting at the Opperman household in her chair. Mr. Opperman and his wife, who came to speak here today, came home from a party. They went to bed. Ms. Opperman fell asleep, and Mr. Opperman got up from the bed as his wife slept and entered the bed that Emma was sleeping in. They had her stay over because it was late. They would bring her home the next morning. Mr. Opperman got in the bed with Emma and forced her to perform oral sex on him. That's why we're here. That's what he pled to. And he got away with it for nearly 20 years. Emma lives with this every day, as she said. When we were preparing this case and speaking with Emma and potential trial, I asked her, why now? Why did you come forward? Why now? What happened? And Emma said, well, I was about to get married and start my new life with my husband and want to have a family. And I was driving through downtown Baton Rouge. and I saw David walking down the street. And I realized I've been living with this every day since it happened. And he has had no consequences for his actions. It's always amazing the strength and the courage people have to come forward when she finally did. The defendant must be held accountable in this case. This was not a mistake. He should serve his whole time. Not only what he did to Emma was cruel, selfish, and disgusting, he hurt these fine people right here. I have no doubt these are nice, good people with a good loyalty. He hurt them too. He took them himself away from them. This was an agreed upon plea, and he should serve the whole time for his actions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. All right. Warden, I'd like to hear what you might have to say about anything about him, Mr. Opperman.
Yes, sir. When Mr. Opperman came to David Wade back in 2023, he went into protective custody for a brief period of time. And then once he entered into general population, he began working as an inmate law counsel and was very helpful to other inmates as far as providing guidance and assistance, and still does that on his own to this day. He does do some tutoring for our academic courses, in addition to currently working in the warehouse. He has a good work evaluation from his supervisor that he's always willing to help and works very hard in any capacity that we put him in. He has completed reentry, as was stated before. He is currently enrolled in victims awareness and has completed and is utilized as a facilitator in a sex offender treatment program, in addition to being on the waiting list for a substance abuse course, and is currently participating in AANA. I have had the opportunity of meeting his wife, which is his residence plan. I do think that he has a really good support system in that aspect, and he does have an employment plan of doing some contracting work, self-employed, and some custom contracting if paroled. So he's no disciplinary issue here whatsoever. He's never had any rule violation reports.
Thank you, Warden. We appreciate that. Ms. Barrett, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I have no more questions.
Okay. Ms. Jerry, is there anything you'd like to add?
I have one question. Mr. Opperman, when you were sentenced, did you have a plea agreement? Did you have a plea agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I have a copy of your sentencing minutes. Do you remember the content of that plea agreement?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want me to express how I remembered, or?
Well, let me just cite this and see if you understand it correctly. You were given a 7-year sentence with 2 years suspended, and then you'll have 3 years of probation upon release. And the defendant shall not be eligible for any termination of probation under any circumstances. Do you remember that statement within the plea agreement?
I do, yes, ma'am. That was for the first 3 years of probation. There will be a probationary period beyond that as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you have some clarification of that?
Yes, for Ms. Ledoux, his probationary period will, whenever he is released, he'll have a 3-year probationary period. Under no circumstances is that probationary period to be terminated. So he'll have to do the full 3 years. So that's what that was in reference to. Just to clarify from the student.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, how many approximately days have you spent in jail, in custody?
I don't know the number, Mr. Prater. I'm sorry. I arrived at Hunt on August the 10th of 2022.
Okay. And before that, were you in a local facility for a long time or anything, awaiting?
Oh, I'm sorry, Warden Ackley has the,
You've been in since.
oh, I'm sorry, June 10th of 2022. I'm sorry, Mr. Prater. No, sir, I think that I was in the West Feliciana Parish Jail for 3 days and was able to post bond.
So you've been in about 2 years and 4 months, just roughly speaking. Okay, that's all. That's all I need to know. Okay, we've heard from the, those in favor, and we've heard from those in opposition. We've heard from the victim. We've heard from Mr. Opperman. We've heard from the warden, and we've had a chance to ask some questions now. Is the board prepared to vote? Okay, Mr. Barrett, what is your vote since you were the lead on this?
This is a tough one. Mr. Opperman, I commend you on the changes you made in your life and the amount of victim support you have is, like she said, quite a lot. However, at this point, I cannot vote to let you out early based on the age of the victim, law enforcement opposition, the victim opposition, and the relatively short time that you spent so far for this type of crime.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Opperman, I wish all of the offenders that appeared before us were, had the kind of support and respect you have. Your reentry, when it happens, should be very good. I'm going to concur with my colleague. It's only a matter of the time served. Everything else would be no hindrance for me. And do not see that, I don't think that you're a threat, what I can tell, to the public. So but it's the amount of time served for the crime.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mister, as you know, this is got to be unanimous, and so therefore your parole has been denied. My vote, just for the record, would also be to deny. Okay, that'll conclude this case. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, good morning. The time is 9:52. It's still Tuesday, November the 12th. This is the roll board that's meeting. We're in Baton Rouge. We've already introduced staff here. We're in David Wade. We've introduced staff there. And so we're going to go ahead and get started with this next hearing. Who we have before us is a fellow by the name of Jerry Mosley. Is that correct? Are you,
yes, sir.
you Mr. Mosley? Okay, Mr. Mosley, we don't have anybody that's going to be speaking on your behalf, but we do have one person, the victim, who will be speaking, and also the victim's mother will be listening via Zoom, and both of them by Zoom. Only one of them will be speaking. So when we're through with what I'm going to ask you, then I'm the lead on this. I'll ask some questions after we've heard from everyone. And then the other board members will ask questions, and then we will vote. And it takes a unanimous vote, either grant or deny. Otherwise, it's denied. And so having said all that, Mr. Mosley, what I'd like you to do is to start out and tell us exactly why you're there, why you think you're worthy of being paroled in this particular case. So go ahead and take it away.
Okay. Okay. Well, being here is because I did a bad thing, with Stephanie, my victim. So she was a good kid, and she just wanted somebody to love her, be her dad. And I took advantage of that there, and turned around with it. She actually had sex with me. But for the first 24 years I was locked up in here, I was more or less in denial, so we're justified for my own self. They all went as bad as it was. Well, anyhow, I really got to seek God on it, and He showed me what really was going on. So over 2 years ago, God opened up my eyes to I was a monster. From things He showed me, I was nothing but a monster. I robbed Cynthia of her childhood, and was very, very, very mean to her. And I wasn't nothing but, and I deserved to be locked up at that time. Now, whether I deserve to stay locked up, of course, I don't think so, but that's not up to me. But I really did deserve to be locked up. And in that time being locked up, it just helped me to come to realize what I had done, the depth of what I had done, and what to do to keep that from ever happening anymore. So,
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm very sorry for what I've done to Stephanie. If you can hear me, I'm sorry. If I could take it back, I'd take it back in a minute. But one thing about it, I can't take it back. It's done and over with. Am I the same person that I was? No, I'm not that same person that I was. And that person definitely did need to be locked up. And the thing is, with all the health issues and stuff that I have, I think going to make it much more long, couple of years, something, I don't know. But I got a lot of things wrong with my health stuff. I got diabetes, having neuropathy, diabetes in my legs, stuff. That's one reason why I'm in the chair. And the chair, also was where I fell off the hotel where I was working at before I got locked up, and it messed up my back stuff. I've had 2 keys of nerve damage to that there. And I can get up and walk a little ways. I can't walk very far, and just, my legs just give way on me, and I fall down. And so I don't know if y'all think I should stay here and die or what, because I mean I really believe that's what become of it. I don't think I have very much. I got cancer, had the skin cancer. The first one that they took out was here on my shoulder, and it was so bad they had to take me to the operating room, cut it out, and then they had to do a skin graft. I stayed in the hospital for 5 or 6 days. But the doctor came to me and talked to me after the fact, and he told me from the type of diabetes from type of cancer that I had, you get a 5-year expectancy to live. Well, crazy, it's been almost 6.5, something like that, and I'm still here. So I don't know when, what that is, if it's true or what. But I got the heart disease, I got the coronary artery disease. They've had to put in several stents, and in my heart. And then I got COPD. That's how come I'm having such a hard time breathing right now. I get nervous or hot or anything. It's really bad. And this last year, I've been hospitalized 4 times due to the diabetic neuropathy. I mean, not the diabetic from the COP. I'm sorry. I'm nervous as all get out.
That's right.
From my COPD. And so, like I said, I think I deserved to be locked up at the time whenever I was locked up. That was the best. And I'm sorry, if I could change what I've done, simply, I would. I'd change it in a heartbeat, but I can't. I'm so sorry that I hurt her. Huh?
Let's
I'm
move.
so sorry that.
Well, I understand you're remorseful and I appreciate that. Go ahead and tell us what type of courses or whatever you've taken since you've been there.
Oh, okay. I got my GED. I did a horticulture, and I got a degree in the horticulture. Oh Lord, I did all the sexiness classes that have me do. Plus, I facilitated. I've taught for 14 years. I taught the classes after I got out. For me to take them, I got bukus of certificates that were different classes I've done here. I've got certificates in AA. I've completed AA. I completed the substance abuse, and I'm in the bed stuff right now. But I got a stack of I don't know if y'all got them. I hope so. I hope y'all got all the certificates that I had. I got a lot of Bible courses up that I've done. Some of them on the Spring Melody, some of them in here. But I've done everything that I could think to do to change me. Because I don't want to be no mustard no more. And I don't have the thoughts like I did then. And I praise God. That's all to God. God has blessed me. So that, and I want to be able to go out there with what little time I have left and start some kind of life myself. I got a business at the lawn care service. My dad was running, but he died a couple years ago. My sons are taking over, but it's not as big as it was. I did have 10 crews, stuff. I went down to 2 or 3 crews. I can't remember.
Okay.
But I got me a place. I got a place to live.
Okay, we can see that from all the records that we've been supplied. As I said, in all the hearings, we have your case, everything that happened, what got you there, everything that you've done. So we just like to hear from you, Warden. What you thinking about him?
Well, I've known Jerry for a long time. He came here in 2003 at David Wade. He has completed all of the sex offender treatment phases in that amount of time. He does not have any rule violation reports in the entire time that he's been incarcerated. He's completed anger management, stress management, and has been active in our AANA program for several years. His employment plan is to do administrative functions in the lawn care business that he just referenced. And his requested residence is in Texas, Rawls, Texas, which we have not submitted any paperwork yet. It's just pending the disposition of the board. But he's no behavioral problem here at David Wade.
Okay, thank you, Warden. Well, let's hear from the victim in this case. Miss Stephanie Harrington. I believe you're going to join us by Zoom. Can you tell us what your feelings are?
Okay, sorry. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak. I debated a lot on what to say today. I could relive everything that has happened to me again, and I don't want to do that. My whole view on this at this point is Jerry has an ending time for his sentence. He has a release date. He has that end pencil writing, whatever, of when his sentence is up. I do not. I live with all of this. Every memory, every scar, every emotional tidbit, everything, every day. And I will live with it until I die. It affects every part of my life. It affects my marriage. It affects me raising my kids. It affects my social interactions. It affects every part of my life, and it's something I will live with for the rest of my life. Jerry has always been one that can manipulate anyone. He can say what he feels that everyone wants to hear. He's always been convincing. That's one reason everything happened for as long as it did. All I've heard today is woe is me from him. I do not, as much as I pray he is remorseful, as much as I pray he has seen the light, so to speak, I honestly cannot say that he's being truthful and honest. I cannot feel that because of my history with him. But I feel that he needs to serve his sentence. If he was remorseful, he would not keep putting me through these hearings. That would be the only way I could see him as actually remorseful, is not having to relive this over and over. And so I am, and I will always be against him being released for parole. So thank you, board, for hearing me.
Thank you for having the guts to come talk to us. That's it's a stressful thing, and we appreciate that. Okay, now it's time for the board to ask questions, any kind of questions that we might have, since we're concluding this. And as I say before, we had your case, we've had all your certificates and diplomas and all of the information. We've had that for weeks and been able to study that. So we know a lot more about the board, about your particular case, the board knows, than what we've just heard this morning. So rest assured, we've thoroughly thought about this and all. Your case is assigned to me, and so therefore I'll be the lead, and then we'll ask my cohorts here if they would like to have anything to say. All right, let me ask you, how long have you been incarcerated?
26 and a half years.
Okay, and what was your sentence?
The sentence, 40 years.
Okay, it's 40 years. I just wanted to make sure that, because I have all that and I've got it on my piece of paper with my notes, but I just want to hear it from you. So you've served 26 and a half years. So roughly, you've served, I don't know what percentage that is, but a pretty good bit of years. Over half.
Over half, yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me ask you something. How did you lose your fingers in jail?
No, sir. I have never. Well, I fell off of the hotel where I was working at, busted my back up, busted this arm up. So when we did surgery on that arm, the fingers, it just locked down like that. I couldn't get them to straighten up. The people at the rehab where I was going to said that they could fix it, but they took this piece of hot plastic piece of boiling water where it'd be soft and put it on my hands. Well, my whole left side was paralyzed, so I didn't feel.
Right.
Gangrene.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm sorry about all your health conditions. I mean, I truly am. We heard all of that, and I really feel sorry. I have empathy for your sympathy, or whatever the word is, about your health conditions. I was just curious about your fingers, if you'd lost them with your diabetes since you've been in jail or something. But that wasn't the case. Okay. We have strong victim opposition, strong law enforcement opposition. Got the attorney general that's got opposition. You had a kidnapping, Bossier City Police Department in '96. What was that about?
96. Oh, well, I can think it wasn't kidnapping. So I came down here. My ex-wife had moved to Minden. So I came down here and seeing the kids. So the kids are telling them they want to be with me. So she tells them all, get first to leave her house. So we did. We left the house and was going back to Texas, and then she went and told all the stuff. When they stopped me in Bossier City and was trying to say that I was a flight from officers up and none of that was ever told. Even Stephanie and all the other kids spoke up and said that I ain't kidnapped them, that they was there because they wanted me, and their mama told them to leave, told us all to leave. And so that's what we did. There was no real kidnapping.
Okay, was that the same stepdaughter?
Yes, sir.
Were y'all involved? Were you involved in a sexual relationship with her at that time?
No, sir.
What, until later?
Yeah, but then later, so after me and Tammy was divorced, and then I moved back to Texas, and then the kids stuff came down there. Well, I didn't have no visitation rights from custody of Stephanie, none whatsoever. So yeah, the kids came down there to Texas. Well, I got to keep them through the summer. Well, Stephanie Ray came to her mom and said if she didn't let her come down there too, she was gonna run off.
All right.
If she let her come down there.
That's good. I just wanted the cliff notes. That's all I needed, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. I'm just curious about I don't have any other questions. Mr. Barra?
It looks like this abuse was reported when she was 12 years old. How long before that were you fooling around with her in any way, shape, or form inappropriately? When did it start?
Okay. It's in November of '97 was 3-4 days before Thanksgiving. November '97 was actually started. And then last in May or June is whenever it all. And it was before I got locked up.
I know that. How old was she when it first started? When abuse first started?
12 years old. 12 years old. It was in '97, November '97. And she was 12 years old. She turned 12 in October the 1st of the same year.
And how did you justify that was okay at that point? How did you?
I think I'm ready to all I could figure on it was that because I felt like she was willing, that she wanted to do all stuff. But that was back to my own self, like then everything was all right. And really for the first 24 years, that's how I tried to justify it to make me feel better. But then whenever I sit down and really sought God to show me what it was, and that's when I realized that I was a monster. I deserved it to be locked up at that time. And then I took a childhood from her. I hurt her, and I understand that there. I wish I could change it, but I can't.
Okay, all right. That's the only questions I have.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux? No questions, and I think I've asked all the questions I need to. I'm the one that it's assigned to, and so I get to vote first. And I'm sorry about all of your health issues. I truly am. I know that being incarcerated is not the place to be if you got a lot of health issues, not because the staff doesn't do everything they possibly can, but there are limitations on your medical that when you're not out and can go to any doctor you want to. Okay, so I understand there's limitations. They're doing the best job they can, and I'm sure they're doing a good job. So I got to take up for the medical. I also realize you've been in jail a long time, but you have to, considering the victim opposition, considering law enforcement opposition, the AG's opposition, and considering this is the most heinous thing short of killing somebody that you can do when you sexually abuse or any kind of abuse on a little child, that they got to take the rest of their lives. And I appreciate all the work you've done on making yourself a better person. Sorry about your medical. However, I've got to vote to deny your parole this particular time. Ms. Ledoux?
I concur with Mr. Prater. I do want to note that you have done well with your GED and being a facilitator, and it's important to continue those positive things. And I want to note that in previous hearings, there was a concern about you not accepting responsibility, but it looks like you have come to that point, you've accepted responsibility and, showed remorse. So, but my vote is to deny today based on the other factors of age and opposition.
And I concur. I vote to deny for the same reasons. However, I would recommend that you try and take victim awareness while you're over there, because I didn't hear that being one of the classes that you completed, which I think that would help you.
It's one I'm in right now.
Yeah. You in it right now? Good.
Yes.
Okay, well, that, as I know that you know, it takes a unanimous vote either way. Otherwise, you're denied. This was unanimous that you be denied. So I wish you well, wish you luck, and pray for your health. That's the end of the hearing. The time is 10:17. And we've been going here for all morning as far as the headquarters and the parole board. And so we're going to continue with this case. The staff here has identified themselves. Just for the record, it's still Tuesday, November the 12th. As I said, it's 10:18. My name is Steve Prater. I'll be acting as the chairman this morning. To my left is Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Danny Barra. Staff here has introduced themselves at the beginning of our hearings. You're at David Wade, and I see that the warden is there and other staff members are still there. So we'll hear from them in just a little bit. Your name is Gregory Clements. We'll hear from you. We'll hear from you in just a minute. But just so that you know, we'll also hear from LaTanya Harris, Terry Clements, and Kayla Hurd. And also listening in is the victim's aunt, Miss Penny Langston. So now we'll go ahead and get started with what you have to say and what the warden has to say. And this case has been assigned to Miss Ledoux, and so I think we'll go ahead and hear what she has. We'll turn it over to her to conduct after you tell us exactly why you think you deserve a parole. And we'll let her conduct the hearing from there in just a minute after we hear from these other folks. So, having said all that, to begin with, Gregory, tell us why you're there. Tell us why you deserve a parole. Tell us everything that you want to say about yourself and the system and all of that right now.
So you asked why I'm here. I'm here because I was a sick man 23 years ago, 23 plus years ago. That's what I was.
Okay.
I committed a hideous crime. Crime I'll never forgive myself for. It's not about me, about who I've hurt, what I've done, sir.
Okay.
You asked me why. You asked me why I should be granted parole. Got deep remorse, Mr. Prater. I can't imagine the pain and trauma that I placed in that little girl's life. 2001.
Okay.
I can't imagine the trauma, pain I placed in her family's life because I committed oral sexual battery to that baby in 2001. I'll never forgive myself for what I've done. Just pray, because I've prayed many times through the years. Someday, Rickman can't forgive me for what I've done. It's her family. Bottom of my heart. I'm deeply sorry for what I've done.
All right. Let's see, Warden, what were you through with your statement there?
Yeah. No, sir. No, sir, I'm not. Thank you.
Okay.
I take full responsibility for what I've done. There's no justifying what I've done. There's no excuses for what I've done. I could say, oh, I was a drug addict, this and that. But you see what, Mr. Prater, so there's no excuse for none of that. Because you know what? I remember doing it. If I can remember doing it, then I could have prevented doing it. There's no excuses. I take full responsibility. I've applied myself this past 10 and a half years. Rehabilitation. To be the man that I know I can be. The man God intended me to be. It all starts with God. See, I found out I can't do anything on my own, but I can do all things with God who strengthens me. Thank you, Lord. I'm a rehabilitated man today. My mind's right. My heart's right. I'm not sick no more, Mr. Prater. I'm not sick no more. Oh, hallelujah.
Okay.
Oh, hallelujah.
All right. Is that the conclusion of your statement there, sir? I appreciate those words.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Ward, what you got to say there, Ward?
Yes, sir. Gregory has been here since 2018. He's had one rule violation, which was an aggravated disobedience in 2021. He's not a disciplinary problem. He has gotten his GED since he's been incarcerated. He's currently in our reentry program, and he has completed the sex offender program, anger management, victim awareness, and substance abuse. And he actively participates in AANA. He does have a good work evaluation from his supervisor. He currently works as a dorm orderly, and he has an employment plan for Grant Energy Company and Vivian, and plans to live with his father in Shreveport. All of that's pending approval based on the determination of the board.
Okay, I was under the impression if you had to have 5 years without a rule violation. Is that correct? Without a disciplinary? 5 years? 3 years. Okay, I'm sorry. Good. I was just making sure, I wanted to be able to consider it, but I just wanted to make sure it didn't get kicked if we did consider it. Okay. Thank you, Warden. We appreciate that. Now let's go to hear what the sister, Latanya Harris, who is, I assume, on Zoom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I am here.
Okay. Would you tell us and try to limit, if we try to limit each side to about 10 minutes. So if there's 3 of y'all speaking, limit it to, 3 minutes if you could.
Okay. Yes, sir. I am Gregory's sister, and I am in full support of him being released. I am prepared to offer financial and emotional support, enroll and assist with transportation to classes that I know are offered by the community that helps transition recently incarcerated people back into society, and any other classes that may be needed for his support and personal growth. I'm fully committed to spending time with Gregory to observe this transition as well. The only thing I can tell you, the parole board, is I'm fully prepared to do whatever I need to do in support of my brother.
Okay. Thank you for those words and being concise. We appreciate that. Mr. Terry Clements, Dad, would you like to speak, sir? You'll have to unmute it, Mr. Clements.
I had to unmute it there. Yes, sir. I've been seeing Todd and everything. I saw a big change in his life. He's, like I say, he's got a GED. He's been saved by God. He has a place to live when he gets out. His mother's going to have him a truck when he gets out from day one. And me and him together over the years, he got acquired his great grandmother's land in Rodessa. So he'll have a place staying years later where he wants to plan to putting a trailer, and years later getting up and making a home for himself up there where he was raised up at. And I appreciate your time, sir. I think he's done enough time. He ought to be getting out. Thank you.
Thank you for those words. And he's lucky to have a dad that's come for him like that. Okay, Mr. Kayla.
Sorry. While like we are waiting, it's about 10 minutes to the hour. I think we are should be back soon anyway from court. I apologize in advance that I am not going to turn on the camera while I'm on the stream at the moment because I'm in terrible tooth pain and I am super tired, so I just am here outside of camera. Nightbot will be with you all in about an hour or so, and then you can see his cute face. But just thought that court is back in session. They have been for the past about 25 minutes or something. So uh it's been already spicy. So the first the witness that the defense asks is the investigator that the state was a state witness, Dan Beville, and is asking a bunch of questions. I'm not going to give you too much because then it's not going to be fun watching, but just it's getting so good that the judge had to send the jury back out because of an objection. So this afternoon is looking like it's gonna be a very spicy, and finally we're gonna get some action. So it's just this case is gonna be spicy from now on. I think we can I think we can count the spiciness every time that they get spicy. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we should count something else? Because we can't see much anyone changing the glasses anything anymore. So should we count now the objections? Should we count the spiciness? Let me know if you want to change it, or we keep the same, and every time we notice someone we can change. So apparently, because this part that I'm going to be talking is going to be outside of the presence of the jury, and when we go back to court, we're not going to be able to listen to it. So the state says they called the defense says that they called the investigator to impeach his testimony and that they had the opportunity to cross. Judge will allow the defense to carry on question this investigator. So this thing is, I mean, this is getting definitely spicy, and I can't wait to actually start listening to it. I think we should be back. Well, I think my math was definitely wrong in terms of saying that they were gonna come back at 2 Eastern, but no, because I think they are gonna be back in about 10 minutes. So we're just gonna resume this court hearing. If anything, just before the feed goes live, I'll come back and say.
Heard, sister, would you tell us what you'd like to tell us?
Yes, sir. I am Gregory's sister, Kayla. I just want you all to be aware that myself and my family is well prepared and capable of supporting Gregory in every aspect of his transition back into society. I know that during Gregory's incarceration, he has taken the initiative to apply the tools and the resources available to successfully achieve rehabilitation. Our family, as well as Gregory, is aware that rehabilitation is a commitment that doesn't end when he is released. I know that Gregory is fully committed to continuing to be responsible in the choices that he makes to prevent relapse and to be fully aware of the self-management skills he will need to apply to his daily life to be a productive citizen of society. I know that he has spent his time there for his crime, but I do feel that it is time for him to have a second chance at life and to show that he can be the man that has changed and that is fully rehabilitated. And as he mentioned, he will need God in his life in order to continue living that life.
Okay, Ms. Hurd, we appreciate those words very much. All right, now it seems that we've heard from Mr. Clements, we've heard from the warden, we've heard from those in support. There was nobody that wanted to speak in opposition. There were, however, some folks that wrote letters or expressed that they were in opposition to this. Now is the time that it gets turned over to the board to ask questions, anything that we might have, and then ultimately for us to vote. This particular case has been assigned to, although we've all read it, Ms. Ledoux is the most knowledgeable about it because she has read it and had a chance to talk to staff and others about the case. So, Ms. Ledoux, would you start out the question, please?
Yes, there are 129 pages in your case, but I still have a few questions that I need to ask. Particularly, you have a previous case that sex offense prior to this sex offense in Texas, correct?
Yes, ma'am. November of 2003.
Tell me how old you were when you committed the first sex offense.
I believe 26.
Okay. And the current case that you were sentenced to, how old were you when you were sentenced?
That was November of 2003. I was out on bond. 2006, I was sentenced. In 2006. I had caught a drug offense in 2005 in January, and I stayed at CCC for 18 months because I died to Texas. I was under the impression that I was taking an indecent exposure, dropped indecent exposure, and I was to get on home, but I was naive, and there's a lot to that story, man. But being black and white is hard. Yes, ma'am. I thought I was pleading to indecent exposure and trying to get home. I had my time ran. Court appointed lawyer was with my time from Louisiana, from Caddo, and when they brought me the papers to sign, it didn't say indecent exposure. It said decent with the juvenile by exposure. And I've got the charge. When all I ever did was walk in that bedroom telephone to call this child's father that had borrowed my truck and my cell phone because he had neither. I'll try not to go any deeper in, but I've got the charge, so it's hard. It looks bad. It looks bad.
So,
it was in cash capsule.
So you have two charges for sex offense.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were 26 and about 37 when you got those charges.
Oh, ma'am. 2000.
How old are you now?
I'm 49.
And how long serving? Okay. So been in 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Yes, ma'am. 10 years, 7 months. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've never been married, right?
No, ma'am, I haven't. I was engaged at one time.
Of the classes you've taken, which ones have been most impactful to you?
Sex offender treatment program for one main factor. Number 2, risk factor, blame. Went around for years. I went around for years and with states to make something or someone else responsible for an action or your own action.
Oh, right. So I'm going to stop this now because we are literally 3 minutes away from court starting the afternoon side of things. Hopefully this, this afternoon will definitely be more spicy. We're going to go live on the feed. And because the the jury literally we have the first witness that the defense called. It's a recall from the state's witness side of things, because it's a witness that the at the time when the witness was on the stand, she did not the defense decided not to cross. So now it's basically their cross, because I think they're trying to impeach the investigator. I don't know if that's their tactical of like recalling someone after a few days just to try to impeach, or like to see if their testimony changed instead of then. So that's basically what it is, the witness that is on the stand right now that we are going to listen to just soon. So that is the investigation Bevel. Then Bevel, I have his name. And it got a little bit spicy because they got some questions about what kind of detective he is and everything. So um now hopefully, oh well, so far there hasn't been. It's been about almost 10 minutes of not spicy, or at least spicy that was worth tweeting of, because I am keeping an eye on that tweet feed like a hawk to see if there is any information about it. So we literally is just a couple of minutes away, and there is already movement to the witness stand. I think the cameraman is practicing to see where it is. And actually, we need to keep an eye on the date, because I think it's on the 10th of March. We're gonna have there's a hearing for that cameraman guy from the Megan Boswell case, that he filmed the jury by accident, and then we had to finish watching that sentencing on Zoom, and it was a bit, yeah, a bit weird and a bit hard to finish off that case, but it was a bit, yeah. So I don't know what's gonna happen with that cameraman, but I think is, oh, I can turn off that, because I had a feed on my phone while we were watching the parole hearings, and just to be sure that like we would not miss a beat or anything, because I didn't want you guys to miss anything. I don't want to miss anything either. So I just had a feed on my phone just to keep an eye while on lunch break. I honestly took a nap during this bit of time that I've been off camera and everything. We've been watching the parole hearings, and it was a very good nap, but I want a more, not a permanent nap. Don't think it. No, no, don't, like everything is fine. But a long nap, like a sleep nap type thing, not a permanent one. I like life too much to want a permanent nap at the moment. Well, life is not great, but whose life is great, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna stop talking and putting my hands intertwined with my mouth and saying things that I shouldn't say. But yeah, so um we're still just waiting. I think they should be back now, because the judge was very on time this afternoon. So yeah, it was very, very on time, so we should be back any moment now. There was also some spiciness in the Karen Reed hearing as well today. Apparently, Judge Bev literally finished, or they took a break, and then she came back and suspended the pre-trial hearing literally halfway through, saying like something had come up, and that the Commonwealth had made her aware of, and literally she ended the hearing right there and then, and I think postponed for a week, next week or something. So don't know what that one is about, but Karen Reed is the case that I watched when the first go was. eh, in my opinion, I don't think they proved it, but now they are gonna go again, and I don't think it's a case I'm gonna follow. I don't think we're gonna follow that one, because I just don't know. It attracts a lot of, I don't know what to say, but like, yeah. I don't think we're gonna watch that one here. I'm not 100% sure. Um so yeah. But yeah. And anyway, um man, court should be back by now. I was like, they were very on time, at least from the tweet that I got. It was literally 2 minutes in. Let me have a look. 1 second. Da, 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 da. Well, 27 minutes ago, about half an hour. Yeah. So saying that the judge was back on the bench. That's 27 minutes ago. Yeah. Well, 27. So that sorry, probably 3 more minutes of me talking, and then we're gonna go back live. So it's just I'm still scrolling Twitter. My feed on there is just literally a bunch of true crime stuff, police and creators and about a bunch of things, and then I have the most random stuff about the Meghan Markle, and I don't know why is she on my feed, because I'm not really particularly interested in that. But then I'm seeing Teslas stuck in the snow that they cannot drive the Tesla because they are literally stuck on the snow and they cannot get out. Well, sadly, some even normal cars can't. But yeah. So I'm just scrolling Twitter right now while I'm talking to you guys, because honestly, I don't know what else to talk about. Because we've talked about everything that we could and possibly unimaginable today. Because it's been one of those days that I should have brought like a list of things to talk about, because if I would have known, would definitely have that. I think I'm gonna have to do one of things to approach and talked about during the trials, that we are half an hour delayed, that the judge only allows us to see whatever he wants, which is the witness part, and we are not privy to even when the jury is not there, we can't listen to that, which is, I don't understand why. Oh, and I think now we are back again, hopefully, because I think I just saw the judge passing by. And there is another, oh my days, another situation happening in court. I'm just trying to read before the judge comes back. Just a second. So 1 second. So apparently, very, very quickly, the jury was sent back out to out of the record what he would have asked the investigator. That it was confirmed that Christina was seen in the child materials, and goes through each charge saying those are considered violent crimes in South Carolina. Also, he filed an emergency protective custody for the child to be removed from her aunt home, Christina's sister, due to imminent harm. So, I think they're coming up now, pickles. I'm assuming. Like, sorry, I think my banner was like wrong, because I thought I saw the judge coming back on the bench, like literally now, like someone sitting down. Or maybe I was right. I don't know. I could have been, but I'm just reading literally what had just happened in court, because again, like I was saying, that we are not privy to listen to court when they are out of the record. I am keeping an eye on the Twitter feed to like still know what's going on. So apparently the jury was sent back out, so they were out of the record, and then I think she meant that. Oh, sound is coming in, so we'll talk soon.
Hey, welcome back. Again, I ask, has anyone heard, done any research or anything concerning this from any media outlet? I would note for the record, jury indicates absolutely not. Vince?
May it please the court, defense would call investigator Dan Dell.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Bevel.
Investigator Bevel, you were called in the state's case in chief. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding is it correct that you began working for the sheriff's office, Greenville County Sheriff's Office, roughly in 2012? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've got a bachelor's degree from Troy University. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified about this previously, but briefly tell this jury what units you have served in the sheriff's office.
I started in patrol from 2012 to 2017. That's your standard uniform patrol deputies answering 911 calls, any kind of call for service. After that, I went to specialized investigations from 2017 on to, in there, I went to the Crimes Against Children unit from 2017 to 2019. That's any kind of child abuse, child neglect, child sex crimes. Then after that, 2019 to 2023, I went to the Internet Crimes Against Children unit. That's any kind of child exploitation.
Investigator Bevel, you talked about your time in the Crimes Against Children unit. When you're in a specific unit within the sheriff's office, do you receive specialized training associated with that type of unit?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so when you were on the road in uniform patrol, did you receive specialized training related to that?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in the unit of the Crimes Against Children, did you receive specialized training in that discipline?
Yes, sir.
And let me show you. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 65. Just take a look at this for identification only.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Bevel, for example, that is the report you drafted for the purpose of the harassment investigation. Is that correct?
It is, sir.
And so this is of the kind of report you would draft depending on what investigation you were conducting or what tasks you were performing with the sheriff's office.
That's correct.
As an investigator, are you familiar with a phrase called the lead investigator?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the lead investigator is just that the investigator on a case who is ultimately responsible for the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, Investigator Sparkman would be deemed or likely be the lead investigator. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you also the lead investigator in another case in connection with this case? Let me ask it a different way. On October the 19th, 2021, did you become the lead investigator in another case?
Objection. State your objection. Objection. This is going to fall under your previous ruling. Okay. I will sustain the objection.
Okay. Your Honor, due to Your Honor's previous order with the restriction, I'm going to move on, and I'm going to move on. Investigator Bevel, you testified as you said, in the state's case in chief, and that was just last week, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I would imagine you're still familiar with your testimony in the state's case in chief.
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about that testimony. And specifically, I want to refer to a specific portion of it. Do you remember during your direct examination, you testified about mailers and the contents of mailers that you had been provided in the early summer and through the summer of 2021? Do you remember that testimony?
I believe so. Are you referring to the mailers as what I was given by Postman Parcell?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you testified that those mailers had nude photographs of Christina Parcell in those mailers. Is that correct? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I've got a transcript. I want to ask you specifically about this exchange. Do you remember being asked by Mr. Wilkins, when you first got these photos, let me back up. Do you remember testifying about the fact there was a website listed on the photographs? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you about questions about different fonts and different placement? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you this question? Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website on there? Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you testified, yes, sir. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, how'd you do that? And you testified, I just typed the address into one of our computers in the office. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, and what did you find? And you testified that the website no longer worked. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, so you put belladondigiorno.com escort site and put it in your computer, and you responded, yes, sir. Do you remember that?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And he asked you what happened, and you said, it just redirected me to another escort website. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then then he asked you, were any of those photos on that escort site? And remember, you testified no.
I'm sorry, I got an objection. Can I?
I'm almost done. I'm one more line.
I'm gonna let him ask this question.
Do you remember Mr. Wilkins asked you, were any of those photos on that escort site? And you responded, no, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then just one more. Do you remember he asked you, was any pictures or were any pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? And you testified, no, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that in the harassment report that I just showed you, Defense Exhibit
Your Honor, I've got another objection I need to make. I need to just put it on the record.
Yeah, this is I mean,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I think this one is the one that is not, it's outside again of the presence of the jury. So this one was, he was gonna ask the investigator that it was confirmed that Christina was seen in the child abuse thingies and then was going through each charge, saying that this is considered violent crimes in South Carolina. So, and he was actually filed in emergency protective custody for the child to be removed from her aunt's home, Christina's sister, due to an imminent harm. So this was exactly what was happening here. There was other stuff that that is happening right now, but because there's going to be like little breaks, we're going to talk about those stuff. I'm just making mental notes of when it is and what it is, because there is a lot of stuff. This jury is like a yo-yo. It keeps going in and out of the courtroom because it's just absolutely a joke. So because now, for example, says the other thing where is it? So the defense says that there was going to ask that John Mello made a report suspecting. Another thing that the defense wanted to ask this investigator was that the defense wanted to ask that John Mello, the dad, made a report suspecting that the daughter was being essayed. The witness saw. I know it is not fun at all, Lois. So I'm just trying to carry on and do the stream until Nightbot gets here in about a little bit, so I can go and have a bit of a rest before tomorrow we start back up again. So talking about that, so John Mello made a report suspecting that the daughter was being essayed. The witness, this investigator, saw the photos of the essay from January 2018 to October 1921 after the unaliving. Yet, when Mello made the report, the investigator emailed John Mello saying that he was closing the case due to lack of probable cause. So, essentially, the defense is saying that the abuse what is happening, but the investigator didn't have the phone at the time with the images because the unaliving hadn't happened yet. So maybe trying to attack the investigation into the claims of SA. That's the guess. So then the defense after this was going to call the owner of a cigar bar who found more CPSA materials after Bradley Post's arrest. Judge won't allow that testimony, but the defense is summarizing what he would testify for the records. But the jury is not listening to this. So this is all outside of the jury presence. And then the last tweet was basically that the owner of the cigar bar won't testify, but would it have said that after Post's arrest, he looked in Post's locker at the cigar bar where Bradley Post worked, and he found multiple hard drives and thumb drives with additional SACP material found on those. So, but nothing, right, of that references the kid, the daughter AM, the daughter of Bradley, of John Mello and Christina. And Court now is back again, and then yeah, a whirlwind of things.
So again, let's pick up where we left off. I had reminded you of your testimony from last week, wherein you were asked the following about typing in this website. And you were asked what happened, and you testified it just redirected me to another escort website. Then you were asked, were any of those photos on that escort website? And you testified, no, sir. And then you were asked, which you previously testified to, were any of the pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? No, sir. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Isn't showing your report on the harassment allegations?
Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, he's an adverse witness, 611C. He testified for the state. He's a member of the Ringgold County Sheriff's Office. I have every single right to lead him pursuant to 611C.
Your Honor, he's their witness. They call him. You're
what-
doing direct examination.
Oh.
Witness, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right, well, I'm gonna show you Defense Exhibit 65 again. Look at this bottom paragraph. Would you please read what I have bracketed to the jury?
Yes, sir. I photographed the 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have a web address of http://belladonna.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images, but were not in color.
So is it true, based on this report, that you were redirected to other websites that had the same images that were in those envelopes? Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Isn't that what you said in your report?
It's poorly worded on my part, but I meant the other envelopes. Same images were not in color.
What are you saying you meant?
The images that were in the other envelopes, not another website.
So didn't you say that you found these on the internet? Isn't that what you said in your report?
No, sir.
Tell me again what you said. Yeah, please read it again to the jury. Read it again.
It's okay if I go to the relevant part instead of
Yeah, I've got a bracket there.
Okay. Photographed 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One envelope, or it just says one contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have the web address of http://belladonna.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images, but were in color. Now, like I explained, it's poor wording on my part, but I was referring to the other envelopes contained several of the same images, but they were in color. I wasn't referring to another website.
And in your report, you don't distinguish between envelopes and websites, do you?
Like I said, it was just poor wording, but I was referring to just other envelopes had the same images, just in color.
And isn't it true that it is very possible that those images could have been online and just taken down at the time you tried to look at them? Isn't that true?
In another website? Is that what you're referring? Yes, sir.
One second. Those are all the questions I would ask investigative level in this context. Yeah, I don't have anything further on the examination.
Okay, please, court, briefly. Did you ever find naked photos of Christina Parcell on the internet when you checked?
No, sir.
It's because it didn't exist that you could find.
Not that I could find.
No further questions.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Okay. Your Honor, there is, Your Honor, pursuant to your previous ruling, I would like to present some information in the absence of the jury.
And here we go. Now this is the part where he wants to put he's probably a mini judge, lol. It is a mini judge there. Maybe he's learning how to judge people or to be a judge. I don't know, pickles, but that is literally so funny. But Nightbot, lol. Oh, you two are not. So now it's when obviously because the defense knows that there's certain things that he cannot bring it in, so he's trying to get Sorry, I'm just reading Pickle's comment. It's hilarious. So now is that the part that they went to a bunch of qualities that they wanted to bring a witness that they couldn't, and they were just talking about the owner of the cigar bar, what you would say and not say, and basically all of that. But even though the jury cannot hear the defense, will still put on a record for prosperity, I think, or just literally simply for if there is a case of appeal, they say it's on a record and everything. So since then, I don't think it did sign. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. Probably. You hilarious pickles. Oh my days. But yeah, so the courtroom has been pretty silent actually for the past 11 minutes. So, my butt. Oh, you can't laugh, my days. And I think my days of, oh, sorry, what's that? I think my days of eating candy are gonna stop because my tooth, it's absolutely aching. I took some paracetamol to try to see if the pain will ease. Hopefully, will get better in a second. But I mean, it might be like, I don't know. How did you even become a judge? Do you train or do you um? Yes, please, pickles. I want you to yank my tooth out, please. To So they are lawyers. Then he's too young to become judge, right? Or is him too young to become a judge? Oh, sorry, I'm yawning so much. My days, I absolutely, you know what it is. So the past couple days well, on Saturday, Sunday, and I think was on Mondays, basically since Friday, I've been going to bed too early. And my body gets used to things very, very easily, very, very quickly. And now that, for example, the, yesterday, we went to bed about an hour ago. um Whatever where you are, like for us would be about 6 o'clock, and I like going to bed early when I can to relax, watch a couple bits, just chill, and then when I went to sleep, because I hate having to go to bed and I'm like, I need to sleep now. And no, I like to decompress. So, and I've been doing that for the past few days, and today that with court is actually happening and going into late, I need to be up until late and be a functional human being. And my body's like, no, I don't want to. And I want to sleep. And then I have the toothaches, which doesn't help at all. So, yeah. Oh, wow. Lawyers graduating in 1819 there. That is absolutely great. Crazy. Um, yeah, I was gonna say they are like smart genius, but they would be too like, I don't think, nothing against young people, but just like, what would they know like at 1918? So it's just, oh, really, that is very genius. So there is something news from the court. So apparently the state is summarizing the testimony that would have been given from state. I think it meant defense, because we are on the defense trial. So, but let me just read how she is, and then we can interpret it. So, state is summarizing the testimony that would have been given from a former guardian ad litem to the child investigator, owner of a cigar bar, who found hard drives in posts locked there. Another would describe Christina in many photos with her daughter. So, basically, all of this testimony that we're not going to listen to is the testimony that we're not going to listen, that is doing outside of the presence of the jury. Hey, good. Hello, Paula. Welcome back in. Oh wow, that is a very very smart family, Pickles. So basically, we had an investigator recalled from the for a state witness recalled to the defense witness. He was trying to impeach him, and he did try to get in the SACP material things in, but the state was very quickly to object, and the judge sustained. And now we are outside of the presence of the jury once again, because the defense is reading a testimony that would have been from a cigar owner, where Bradley Post used to work at, and that he found some CP, CSA materials on his locker, and the judge won't allow that testimony, but the defense is summarizing that testimony to the court for the records. And then the state is also summarizing the testimony that would have been given from a former guardian, as saying thing of the child investigator, owner of the cigar bar, that found the hard drives in Post's locker. And then that was also the defense said that John Mello made a report suspecting that the daughter was being essayed, and then he saw the witness that was on the stand saw the photos from the abuse from 1st of January 2018 to 19th of October 2021 after the unaliving. Yet Mello made when Mello made the report, an investigator emailed Mello back saying that he was closing the case due to the lack of probable cause. So that's basically a summary of what's going on. We are just now hanging out again until they come back. Again, I don't know how long is going to be, because I think they still are going to be outside of the presence of the jury. This is just wild. I think we spend more time outside of the presence of the jury today than actually in a testimony. It's been one of those days, and then this court, we are operating half an hour behind of what is actually going live in a court due to court orders. So things are a little bit mixed up, and so honestly, what is going on, I don't know. So we just go with the flow, see what's happening, and what does not happen, because I mean, there is no other point of. But so far, what has happened is I don't think they still. I don't know. I don't know if they proved or not proved at this point if Zach is guilty or not guilty. I think. I think we are gonna keep. I don't know, guilty or not guilty. I think he's gonna be hung anyway. I don't think they have proved anything so far. Like, yes, the DNA and the fingernails of the victim, that probably is going to be what convicts him in a way. If something convicts him, is going to be that. I don't think much more that there is to convict him. So that's my opinion. What do you guys think after, well, hearing one witness today? We've listened, like, with what time is it in South Carolina again? Hang on. Maths. Like, it is right now 2:30, almost 3:00. And we've listened to one witness since this morning, since, well, Yeah. So it's been 5 hours and a half of court being in session. Oh, thank you very much, Paula. Appreciate it. So 5 hours that we've been live and we've been following this case and been waiting on things. And we've listened to the openings of the defense, which took about what, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and a witness that lasted about, let me see, half an hour. Yeah, about 13 minutes. Yeah, about half an hour of witnesses. So we had about what, 40 minutes of testimony today in 5 hours. That's a great, I think, comparison, right? Like half an hour to sometimes it does goes like this. I mean, sometimes it's out of the judge, what you say, out of the judge's hands or how things go, but just how is ordering to be half an hour late and we cannot be preview to things outside of the presence of the jury. I don't understand what that, and I don't understand, it's like, why? What do you think they'd be scared? If he was so scared about scratch the jury, you know? So I think they're still going through like, hang on, sorry, just another post that I just need to read to process the information, and then I can read out to you. Okay, I think they're still going through the cigar bar dude. They're saying that the defense goes through what that they would have had one witness testify about what was found on Bradley Post's devices, thousands of photos and hundreds of video of the SACP of the child AM that I'm assuming by her mother, Christina Parcell, and Brightly Post. So that's what's happening right now. I mean, I'm kind of glad and not at the same time that we are not hearing this, because I don't need details. I'm okay. I never thought that this case was going to be this wild. I thought it was just a custody battle that gone wrong, and that it was like an ordered, like, Donna Adelson trial and Charlie Adelson and all that clan. I thought it was going to be like that. I never thought it was going to be all of this wildness and craziness of information ongoing. And I think being more of a tweet reading trial than an actually yeah than actually listening to witnesses, because there's so much information. I mean, I guess we are truly jurors now when in this case, because, well, until I started reading the tweets, we could have been juries, because we could see this trial as the jury saw, because everything that we are seeing is what they're seeing, and that would be good. But I ruined that. So sorry. No, I'm joking. But it's just interesting. Like, we get to see a little bit of both, and it gets, I mean, to me it is interesting getting both parts, but and not because I would be interesting. I would, as a juror right now, I would be wondering what is happening for us to keep going up and down, going in, going out of the courtroom, and that happening all the time. I would I would be curiosity. And there is also the part of that testimony that actually came in from the investigator. Like, he investigated SACP cases, and is investigating. Sorry, is investigating this case. So, but yeah. So there is, like, now just a bit of a refresher that the judge is not allowing Zachary Hughes to bring the SA case in for this defense trial and reasoning for kill and aliving Christina Parcell to protect her from her mother and Bradley Post. But to be fair, that I agree with, because the kid was not present at the time, so it was not in immediate danger. So we just waiting, I guess. I think it is going to be a while again until we go back to court, because we are on half an hour of delay. And I think all of this that I've been reading and keep you guys updated is happening right now, and it's been happening for um that started, yeah, about 37 minutes ago. So we are really only about, I would say, 7 minutes into this wildness, of, again, being outside of the presence of the jury. So, and guess what? Probably when they come back, they're gonna go on break. Yeah, exactly. It's like I would be very suspicious too, because I was like, what is going on? Why do we keep going up and like going in and out and this whole thing? And I think it would annoy me as well, because like I understand that they have the things to do with. I completely understand. But for example, the defense could have waited until the end of the day and do all these motions and send the jury home. They're literally wasting jury time with this. Like they would still waste jury time if they had to send the jury home early, or could deal with this at the end of the day, and not has to be right now, unless they are planning to rest or having Zach straight away after this and then rest after that. That's the only reason that I can see that why are they doing that right now. And because they could have avoided it until the end of the day, right? And then say to the judge, like, we have things to deal outside of the presence of the jury. Do you want to send them home? We can deal with that. And then they can pick it up tomorrow, the next day, and carry on. Unless the defense is trying to deal with this, because this was the people that it was going to bring over to as their defense case, but because they cannot say in front of the jury, he wants still on record. So he's trying to do that, and then he's going to bring Zach to testify, and then they're going to rest. I think that's my opinion, and that's um my opinion on this, because it does make sense, because I don't think they have much of a case anymore, since they cannot bring half of what they wanted to. So I think that, what do you guys think? Do you think the same way I do, or do you think something else is happening, or it's just absolutely free for all kind of thing, that they're just doing whatever they want to do and carry on? Because I do think that that the defense might rest today, because half of the case was not allowed, and they don't have much more to present apart from Zach's testimony, which I think it's I want it to still be today, but I don't want it to be today either. I want it to be no clue. I don't blame you, Lois. This case is so complicated and such a faffle that I don't blame you. And like, I don't know. I think on this one we're just gonna wing it and see what it happens. I don't think I'm gonna be like on this one. If he gets found not guilty, I'm not gonna be so upset as I was on the Colin Griffith case. I think this one I will like, oh well, it is what it is. I'm not gonna be that invested as I was on the Colin Griffith case. That one I'm still not recovered yet from. Um but it's just so interesting that this happens this way, and I don't know, I just find very very intriguing and very interesting. I was gonna say something else, but now I think I forgot what it was, because it's like we haven't even been back in court for an hour, and we already on a big break. Because when they come back, how much do you want to bet that the judge is gonna say, "Oh, we're gonna take a comfort break," and then they're gonna be gone for another 10 minutes, or whatever. And they're finally gonna come back. Oh, I was talking about Zach testifying. I want him to testify, but not today. And I'll tell you why. Because I want to watch it. and I am gonna go to bed very soon, and Nightbot is gonna take over for me, and he's gonna carry on with you guys until the end of the day. But yeah, I guess I think I have to tell him to get material to talk about, because apparently he's gonna be doing that a lot, because I have been doing that a lot. Because today is the day of talking. Um Yeah. So it's the day definitely of talking a lot. I mean, you guys can ask questions, but well, I don't know if you can even listen to me if I am standing that far away, because I was trying to recline on a chair, but not really, because I don't know if you're gonna hear me or not. Uh, but I'm just scrolling through Twitter like I do, seeing if there's any news. And I mean, there was that news of the Karen Reid trial that ended up in the bomb. I don't know what happened. I need to go look eventually when I have time. Not I don't have time because I spilled it all. Lol, sorry. I won't do that again. Um but yeah, there's no updates from court. There's like radio silent. There is no words, and we don't know what is happening. Absolutely have no idea and no clue. I think we're just gonna wait until I know. Do you know exactly what happened, Lois? Because I all I heard was that Judge Bev, she was on a break or something, and then she came back, and all of a sudden she finished today and rescheduled for next week, was it? And then that was it. And it apparently was supposed to be a hearing that was gonna last all day. So I want to know the spiciness of it. Um, so, ooh. Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry. So it's just a bit spiciness all around, really, today. Um, it's so Lois says, in short, the prosecution got emails between Jackson and Arca guy that make it look like the defense was too friendly with the Arca guys. Oh, oh, that is no bueno. But I mean, it's not like they can cause a mistrial, right? Because they're not even on trial. So, oh. Plus, prosecution is claiming that Jackson paid Arca $24,000, and Jackson is saying they didn't. Ooh. Oh, that is spicy. That is for sure spicy. Oh my days. Oh. Wow. That's crazy. Uh, That is absolute. Like, I did say I am not interested on Karen Reid, but I'm interested in spiciness. Um, so pickles, we all miss a lot of stuff. There is a lot of stuff we missed. Actually, I was supposed to keep track of a potential new trial, and I absolutely been not even um yeah, on the ball. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much for that, Lois. Really appreciate it. And now I need to find which case that I was. Oh, hey, hang on. Oh, no, I thought it was a notification from court. There was a trial that I think the jury selection started today, but I needed to find out which one it is again. because there was two. Um, hmm, hang on, let me see. So there was one. So Zachary Hughes is the one that we are watching. Oh, I think it's this one. Yes, it's this one. So I need to have a look if there is. Which state is this one again? Oh, it's Connecticut. Because apparently the jury selection is supposed to start today, and it's in Milford. If I know how to spell Milford Superior, I think is this one. Was this one? So yep. So just seeing if the jury selection for a new trial, and if it is gonna be live streamed, because it seems very interesting. The case, but I don't know if it is gonna be live stream or not. So, criminal. Milford, thank you, Lois. I appreciate that. So, to daily docket. That this one I want. Oh no, I want to search by the defendant because last name. It is this one. Oh, why is the writing so small? I'm definitely need to go to Specsavers. Oh, there we go. It is on jury trial, and yeah, 10 a.m. it started. So, but it might be just the jury selection. Let me just search it. Because it is rather an interesting case, but I don't know if it is gonna be live streamed or not. I mean, it might be just in jury selection today because it says jury trial, but it could be just jury selection on that case. So, yeah. Yep, nice. I was just checking the feed again, just make sure I did not pause it. There is still no updates from the court, so still, I think because it says that 18 of the second, that is the day, jury trial, but it could be just the selection started. So, because it's an unaliving trial, tampering physical evidence. So it's kind of like almost a standard unaliving, which is good, but the twist is there is a kid, a baby involved, but the baby is still missing, and this case was from 2019, so it's quite of an old case, and it sparked my interest during the weekend. And oh, so jury is coming back into court on a live trial, so we know that in about 30 minutes we're going back to court. So I'm gonna have to talk throughout more half an hour. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna swap with Nightbot if Nightbot is ready to swap, and he can like talk to you guys for a little bit before court starts, and hopefully court will be a little bit steady for him. So give me just a minute or two to while I swap with Nightbot. But I before I do go, I want to thank you every single one of you for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night. And I'm back. And you guys thought that you got rid of me, but because you know that I said that the jury was coming back, right? I did not lie. I was telling the truth, but I got another tweet as soon as I was getting up. I got another tweet saying that the jury is being sent home. What? So are you kidding me? So like we literally I know. I sleep very quickly, Lois. I am a master of sleepness very quickly. So so today what was the point? I slept very well, thank you. I think Nightbot is relieved that he doesn't probably has to come on because I don't know what's gonna happen now. Because literally the jury is gonna get back in. I don't know, like I think they came back on the record just for them to say that they're gonna go home. I don't know. This is absolutely mental. I was like, oh my days. This is wild. So yeah. Do we wait to see when they send us, or I don't know if they prefer me at night, but I mean, this is pretty much it. Like, I don't know if they're gonna come back on a record on a trial to say to send the juries home. I absolutely have no idea what's happening or what's gonna happen because this is wild. Because the thing is, it's gonna be in about half an hour that what's gonna happen, and then we are just gonna go home. Oh, honestly, um, I think that's what we're gonna do because nothing is literally happening. Nothing is gonna happen, and if it does, we can catch up in the morning before trial starts. If trial is gonna start, but tomorrow we're gonna be starting at about 9:20. I've already put the new feed up, put the new link up, so you can go and like it already if you want to. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it at this. I'm gonna call it a night. My tooth is starting to hurt again, so I need to basically in short notice shut up and go to bed. I just want to thank you every single one of you again for the support, for spending time with me, and all the likes, and just being here means a lot to me, and I really 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 appreciate. Hopefully tomorrow I will be more rested and my tooth won't ache as much or at all, and I'll see you all tomorrow.